Hey y'all!
Hey everyone. Who just joined?
Is this thing on?
Hey.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hi everyone, Gina's on.
You're on mute.
Hey, it's MJ
Are
here.
ready?
Hey, y'all.
Texas Democrats
are going digital because we can't be physically together for our Texas Democratic Convention.
Our Texas Democratic Party is delivering a one-of-a-kind
virtual experience.
Packed with noteworthy speakers,
informative panels,
groundbreaking digital events,
and dynamic training.
This year's going to be different from any of the conventions we've had in the past.
But as Democrats, we're constantly innovating
In order to deliver on a more prosperous future.
so even though our tactics for 2020 have changed,
our goals for November have not.
Texas is the biggest battleground state, and we're fighting like hell.
In order to guarantee a fair shot for all Texans.
That starts with hosting a Texas Democratic Convention as you've never seen it before.
Living up to the big, bold history of Texas Democrats.
Texas Democrats have never shied away from a challenge.
We fight because we believe
that no matter who you are,
What you look like,
where you come from,
or who you love, if you work hard in Texas, you can succeed.
Texans will walk away from this week-long event feeling motivated,
inspired, and informed.
you'll be trained up in digital organizing,
Elect party leadership,
voice our values,
and join fellow Democrats as we gear up to flip the state in November.
We will win the White House.
take out John Cornyn,
And expand our Texas congressional delegation.
set the agenda in the Texas Senate,
Flip the Texas House,
And elect hundreds of local Democrats across the state.
There's something for everyone to enjoy at the 2020 Texas Democratic Convention.
and we need you right there with us.
Join today by RSVPing to the Texas Democratic Convention.
We can't wait.
we can't wait.
We can't wait to see you there.
well, sort of.
I'm proud to be a Texas Democrat.
We will turn Texas blue.
Okay, thanks
Thanks, everyone.
everyone. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, y'all.
Coming up next, we have our panel on the Latinx community in 2020, Movimiento, and voting.
Hey y'all, my name's Luke, and I'm the Voter Expansion Director at the Texas Democratic Party. We're so excited about our one-of-a-kind virtual Texas Democratic Convention. Thank you for being a part of it. We'll be giving Texans across the state the opportunity to hear from our incredible Democratic public servants and stand with Texas Democrats as we gear up to turn Texas blue up and down the ballot in November. We know some of you may be wondering what to expect this year. There are so many ways to participate, and I want to highlight a few that we're super excited about. We'll have panels that'll be shown every day from 12 to 4 p.m. We have some incredibly qualified folks talking about their work, highlighting issues that will turn out voters in 2020, and plenty of other ways to get involved during those panels. To learn more about our incredible lineup of panels, check out our Facebook, our YouTube, and our website, TexasDemocraticConvention.com. We're hosting trainings throughout the week in the mornings, which generally run between 9 and 12. These will be led by our Texas Democratic team and Democratic Party leadership. We're also hosting a U.S. Senate debate between our two outstanding Democratic runoff candidates, MJ Hager and Royce West. You can learn more about these and much, much more at TexasDemocraticConvention.com. Now I'm going to walk you all through our website and show you how you can get as many Texas Democrats involved in the convention as possible. First, make sure to get your virtual tickets. That'll ensure that you're provided links to participate for all events during our convention. All you need to do is put in your name, your email, your zip code, and your phone number, and you'll be good to go. Let's take a look at the schedule. Here, you'll find the dates and times for all events we're hosting during the convention week. Make sure to check in because we're going to be making regular updates to this and adding more and more programming over the course of the week. A couple more things I want to highlight. On the trainings page of the dropdown, you can find a Zoom guide, a voting guide for delegates, and a virtual guide that will show how to engage us throughout the convention. You can also find our convention help desk where you can submit any issues you might be having so we can get them resolved ASAP. If you're interested in supporting us financially, where all donations will be put to direct use to get Democrats elected up and down the ballot in November, use the donate button in the top right corner of your screen. If you haven't already, please consider becoming a supporter today. We just walked through a ton of stuff, so if you're confused about something, if you can't find the info you need, please don't hesitate to call our office or submit a help ticket at txdem.co/convention-help. This is going to be an incredible convention, but our movement would be nothing without all of you. Let's go and turn Texas blue together.
Good morning, Texas Democrats. I'm Manny Garcia, Executive Director of the Texas Democratic Party, and thanks for being with us today. I'm so excited to welcome you to the third day of the Texas Democratic Convention. You'll have the pleasure of hearing some of the smartest Democratic voices in our great state. We'll be hosting a conversation on la comunidad Latinx en nuestro estado y cómo nos estamos preparando para las elecciones de noviembre. We'll also learn more about our green energy future in Texas and how Democrats are innovating to pave the way forward. I'm excited to spend the day with you all. Let's get started.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world. Coming up next, we have our panel on the Latinx community in 2020, Movimiento, and voting.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Emmy Ruiz. I am participating in this panel from Austin, Texas. I'm a very, very proud Democrat and DNC member of the Texas delegation. I was appointed by Chairman Perez, and I am very, very proud of the work that Democrats are doing in Texas, but also nationally. And today you're going to meet two incredible Democrats who have been really leading a lot of work legislatively, organizationally, supporting Latino candidates across the board. And so I will pass it over to them to introduce themselves. We'll start with Mayra.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mayra Macias. I'm the Executive Director of Latino Victory. Not a Texan, but have a lot of family in Texas and just so proud to be part of this conversation and so excited to see how the Latino community is really realizing its electoral power, not just this cycle, but it's been happening gradually. So thank you so much for having me here to give a national perspective on how Latinos in Texas are helping lead the conversation about increasing Latino political power.
Thanks. Representative Anchia.
Hey, thanks, Emmy. It's good to be on with Mayra as well. I'm State Representative Rafael Anchia. I am from beautiful Oak Cliff, Texas, and I'm so happy that everybody's participating in this conversation about Latinos, the future of Texas electoral politics, and the big impact we're going to play during this next election cycle. I am a former DNC member. Was appointed by President Obama during the administration and during the Biden-Obama administration. And I've most recently for the last 2 terms been chair of the Mexican American Legislative Caucus, which is the oldest and largest Latino legislative caucus in the country, bigger than California's, bigger than New York's. We have over 40 members and we are a bipartisan organization, but I'm here today as a Democrat.
Thank you, Representative. Well, let's just jump in. And so I'll tell you a question that I'm asked often that I would love to get your thoughts on is, you know, for the last 4 years, Donald Trump has really antagonized our community. And I feel like the word antagonized couldn't be doing enough work when we consider everything that he has done to hurt our community, intentionally or unintentionally. Intentionally, from family separation at the border to now his mishandling of this pandemic that is severely impacting the Latinx community across the country. How do you see this spurring a collective moment for our community as it pertains to taking action, awareness of what is occurring, and where do we go from here? Let's start with Representative Anchia.
Sure. I was at the Supreme Court steps not too long ago when we were fighting the good fight on Texas redistricting. And I didn't know what to expect. It had been a long journey. We had had a lot of victories in the lower courts, and I was I think a little frazzled, and I was down. And the person that I was with, she turned to me and she said, "You're supposed to be here now. Imagine if you weren't fighting the good fight in a state like Texas, where you've been under siege the whole time, not only by Governor Abbott, but by President Trump. You were meant to be here, and this is your time." So Mexican American Legislative Caucus, we were plaintiffs in that litigation and had won a series of judgments over time. And so I tell people, look, we are at this place in time, and we're receiving just attack after attack from Donald Trump, from Greg Abbott, from Ken Paxton, from Republicans who we see statewide and at the federal level, who just, like our labor, like our hard work, try to flatter us as essential workers, but then call us illegal, sort of pursue every policy to harm our community, whether it's SB 4 or attacks on the Affordable Care Act, or calling us criminals and rapists, right? And so I think this is our moment and this is our time. And if you are not completely outraged, you are just not paying attention. And there are any number of things that we can be outraged about, whether it's the treatment of our immigrants at the border, kids in cages, all those images that are seared into our mind about how this president and this governor have attacked our community. So what I would tell people is the only way to handle it is to not let it overwhelm you and to take action, to immediately take those steps that you need, mobilize your community, organize your neighborhood, get ready to vote, make sure your voter registration is in order, because the fight ahead is going to be tough. But I firmly believe that the Latino community is going to be at the vanguard of change in this state.
Thank you, Representative Anchia. Mayra, what do you think?
I think to take a step back and talk about what we've seen at Latino Victory. One, Latino Victory's goal is to increase Latino political power. And the best way we do that, and what we're most known for, is supporting Latino candidates up and down the ballot, progressive Latino candidates. We all know that since the onset of this administration's campaign, even before the White House, our community has been bearing the brunt of anti-Latino, anti-immigrant, xenophobic attacks. And what we saw at Latino Victory is that spurred and catalyzed so many Latinos that had never before considered running for office to step up and run. Prior to 2018, the most candidates we endorsed per cycle was 15. And part of that was because as an organization, we were focusing on really getting representation at the federal level and some statewide offices. But a huge part of that is that it was really hard to find candidates to step up and run for local office, to run for school board, to run for city council, to run for state legislative seats. And after 2016, I think people realized that if a man like Donald Trump, who had zero political experience, zero qualification, zero reason to be leading the most powerful position in our country, that there was nothing stopping them or holding them back from taking that leap and actually running. And so we saw an increase in folks reaching out to us, inquiring, even before they decided they wanted to run, inquiring about how to go about looking for potential open seats in their states, in their cities, in their municipalities. And for us, that's just one aspect in which the community had this watershed collective moment of realizing that if we don't step up, if we continue to sit on the sidelines, like many of us did in 2016, this is what happens, right? And so on the one hand, it's been great to see so many folks step up and run. Again, before 2017, we'd only really endorse 15 candidates per cycle. In 2018, we endorsed 58 candidates. So a huge exponential increase in the number of candidates we were supporting at all levels of office. But what is pretty egregious and also simultaneously like really inspiring is that so many of the candidates we supported in 2018 were making history. So take, a state like Texas that is such, when I think about Latino states, a state like Texas that is quintessentially Latino, that has been the home state of so many of our national leaders. We had Julian Castro running for president and coming from a state like Texas. And yet before 2018, we had never had a Latina represent the state of Texas in Congress. And that is egregious. And what is even most concerning is that when Latino Victory was sounding the alarm and saying, we need to make sure that we have Latina candidates running for Congress in 2018, there were so many of our progressive partners that had no idea that we had never elected a Latina to Congress, right? And so what we saw are women like Veronica Escobar, who stepped up and ran, and Sylvia Garcia, who made history. And now they're paving the way and inspiring other people to step up and run for all levels of office. But beyond that, so the candidate piece, I think, is for us very inspiring. And we're continuing to see folks, stepping up and running in their home cities and districts and at the federal level. But I also saw a lot of grassroots and grass tops engagement in a way that we hadn't really seen before. So at the grass tops level, we are in the most consequential election of our lifetime, and I'm seeing a lot of Latino groups step up and endorse the presumptive Democratic nominee, and that hasn't really happened in the past. So Latino Victory is a super PAC, so we've endorsed in 2016, and we endorsed again in 2020. But groups like Voto Latino, who had never before made a presidential endorsement, stepped up and made an endorsement and are making a concerted effort to use their platform to ensure that we take this man out of the White House, because there's so much at stake for our community. And similarly, at the grassroots level, how many new Latino orgs have sprung up as a result of this immense feeling of hopelessness that the current systems or the current organizations weren't fulfilling all the gaps that exist in the infrastructure. So I think that our community has suffered so much that it's really forced people to step up and fill in the gaps where there wasn't representation, where there weren't systems to allow entry points for engagement, because we know firsthand that if we get another 4 years of Donald Trump, it's not just, demagogue or rhetoric. Lives are literally on the line, and folks in Texas after El Paso know that better than any other state.
If I can add one more thing, Emmy, just on candidates themselves. In the 20 years that I've been doing elected public service, when I first got elected to the Dallas School Board, I was, there were 9 members, and I was the only Latino on the school board. We've come a long way since then. We just elected the first Latina to the Dallas School Board, Carla Garcia. And the other phenomenon that I've seen that's been really great is that at the state rep level, previously you would have Latinos that would win in Latino majority seats, right? So I'm the first Latino to represent the district that I do represent. It's over 70% Latino, right? But now, during the last, I would say 2 to 3 cycles, you're seeing Latinos win in non-Latino majority districts, right? Whether you're talking about Celia Israel and Gina Hinojosa in Austin, you're talking about Victoria Neave and Ana Maria Ramos and Terry Mesa in Dallas County. You're seeing, whereas we were kind of a niche sort of candidate back in the day, only running in Latino majority seats, now we're mainstream, I guess is what I'm trying to argue. We are the majority in many of these places that we're running, and the districts that many Latinas especially are winning in are non-Latino majority, and the broad-based appeal that they bring, because they're intersectional, they're women, they're Latinas, they have an immense appeal across the electoral spectrum. So that's a data point I wanted to offer, because it's been a really nice thing to see.
Thank you, Representative. And that brings me to the perfect transition to the next question. So statistics show that Latinos in Texas are on the cusp of becoming the majority. How do you view this as impacting representation? And I think that that is what you just mentioned about representation in places that are not just Hispanic majority. I think that is really great for many reasons, but what do you think will be some of the trends that are impacted as a result?
And Myra, if I might, I mean, the first thing I would point out is that we've made these gains despite the game being rigged against us, right? I mean, just this decade alone, we've had 10 findings of intentional discrimination against the Texas legislature on matters of gerrymandering and also strict photo ID, right? Making sure that the rules of the game were rigged against us. And the findings of intentional discrimination, people may kind of gloss over that, but I want to point out that in a 3-judge panel with 2 Republican appointees and 1 Democratic appointee, there were unanimous findings of intentional discrimination against African Americans and Latinos. So the gains that we've made have happened despite this, right? And you can go all the way back to Tom DeLay's mid-decade redistricting to show that Republicans have been absolutely without any remorse whatsoever when they try to rig the rules of the game against us. We saw it just recently where they tried to kick off 100,000 newly naturalized Texans from the voter rolls, right? And there's no remorse, never an apology. I mean, Greg Abbott has been at the helm of most of this as Attorney General or governor. And our gains have been despite these discriminatory efforts. I would add one more thing that I think is relevant. We're just getting better as candidates. We're fielding people who are highly educated, highly prepared, connected to community, and bilingual, bicultural, and that suite of skills is very, very powerful electorally. It also allows those people who run to get our community excited. You know, there is that identity that is really important when folks go up and down the ballot, whether it's a woman voting for a woman or Latino voting for a Spanish surname, right? Those things are important, they're relevant, and they make a difference electorally. The last thing I would say is, as I've seen people like Victoria Neave and Ana Maria Ramos and others in Dallas County run, they're able to appeal broadly, but still activate that base. They spend time working that Latino base, getting the abuelitas excited, getting the young 18-year-olds that have the first opportunity to exercise the franchise, getting them excited about coming out, getting dreamers who aren't even eligible to vote to participate, to make calls, to drive people to the polls. I mean, that's the kind of activity that it's going to take for the state to flip. And I'm seeing evidence of it throughout, especially the urban areas, but throughout the state.
Yeah, I mean, if I may add, because I want to uplift the point that Chairman made about having Latino candidates and that generating excitement. You know, at Latino Victory, we believe that when you have a Latino candidate on the ballot, Latino turnout increases, and not just because it's a Latino name, but because our candidates they go that extra mile, they do the work of engaging Latino communities where they're at. And I love that you keep alluding to Representative Neave, because I think that's a great example of someone, especially during COVID-19, who has used her platform to provide resources in a culturally competent bilingual manner that affirms folks, Latinos, belief in this system. And for so long, our community has felt disenfranchised because we're not seeing results, right? Like, Democrats have not been in the majority in Texas, and we are now 9 seats away from flipping the Texas House. So I think it's so important to uplift that point and to be intentional about what are we doing to recruit Latinos in those 9 seats, as the chairman pointed out, regardless of whether or not they're Latino districts. But beyond that, like, what are we doing as a community to uplift our current electeds, to make sure that we uplift the work that the chairman is doing, so that when there are opportunities for higher office, for statewide runs, our Latino elected officials are in a position to be those viable candidates, and our community sees themselves represented and gets more inspired and engaged to continue in this civic process.
And if I could just add one other thing to what Myra just said, then there's the flip side, right? So you've got the candidate, and then you've got the community. And you know, a lot of, at the Mexican American Legislative Caucus, we have a lot of non-Latinos who represent Latino majority districts as well. And so you've got Chinese American like Jean Wu, who represents a Latino district. You've got Tracy King, an Anglo down near the border, who's very, very connected to his community. So it's not just being brown, it's also having a brown heart and knowing how to connect with community. Tracy King speaks some of the most beautiful Spanish that you might hear from any member of the Texas legislature, and that's the way that he connects with community. So we see examples of that throughout our caucus and throughout the legislature. Garnet Coleman is another really great example of that. And these are folks who understand how to connect with community, are intentional. I like that word because things don't just happen, people make them happen. And so he's very intentional about connecting with his community. They hire staff that are from community, connected to community. And the ripple effect of all of that is to get people, A, better representation, and B, empower them electorally.
Great, thank you so much. I think now we'll take a break. And then we'll come back in just a few minutes and pick up the panel.
So first question is,
yo soy mis abuelos vinieron acá a los Estados Unidos durante la Revolución Mexicana. La gente se estaba muriendo, estaban matando gente en las calles. Yo soy un nieto de refugees, lo que está sufriendo la gente que viene todos los días de América Central aquí a los Estados Unidos, pidiendo la oportunidad de venir a este gran país. Mi papá nació aquí en los Estados Unidos, pero por accidente, sin saber una palabra de español, del inglés. Entonces, cuando él regresó por el GI Bill, fue a la escuela, se aprendió una profesión y eventual lo ocuparon para ser un ingeniero en una estación de radio en la ciudad de Mission, donde yo fui criado. Y porque estaba ahí, comenzó a anunciar como locutor de una estación de radio. Entonces la profesión de mi papá era, y mi mamá era migrante, ella trabajó en las labores, trabajando, iban para el norte, para Lubbock, etc. Y vivían cerquita el campo, el labor camp, estaba cerquita de una matanza, meatpacking plant. Y pues la gente miraba, pues ¿cómo van a tirar eso? Es comida buena, ¿verdad? Y mandaron a alguien para allá y se las pidieron, que no se usaba en esos tiempos. Ahora te cobran mucho dinero para eso, ¿verdad? Mi papá sí fue un poco de colegio en el GI Bill, pero más que todo la profesión era en radio technology. Nada más que cuando había ido al ejército, él no sabía inglés y cuando tuvo ese cambio le afectó bastante. Mi papá no me hablaba en español, nada más en inglés. Yo fui a la escuela, yo era el único mexicano que sabía inglés, porque así mi papá nos crió. Y eso me ayudó bastante. Fui al colegio, fui a la escuela en Mission, jugué fútbol, fui al colegio en Edinburgh cuando yo fui, y ahora es University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Apliqué para la escuela de leyes, fui a una escuela que se llama Georgetown en Washington, D.C., y tuve la oportunidad de ir con una beca donde pagaron todo durante el tiempo que estaba ahí. Y pues esa oportunidad decidí dar para atrás y comencé a trabajar como abogado para inmigrantes. Era el manejador de la oficina de Legal Aid, Texas Rural Legal Aid en Brownsville. Iba a trabajar primeramente representando migrantes y gente en causas de grandes cambios sociales, ¿verdad?, económicos. Pero lo que vi cuando llegué era que las personas que no les estaban atendiendo, que necesitaban más que todo, La ayuda eran las mujeres que se estaban abusando los esposos de ellas.
Hey everyone, it's State Representative Armando Mando Martinez from District 39. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need your help to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can, your time, your voice, and your support. Text VOTES, V-O-T-E-S, to 21333 to get started. Enjoy your convention.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote. And we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast the ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
Well, my next question is, there are a lot of people in our community who live in mixed status households. And a question that comes up often is, how do you mobilize these communities, right, as a whole? I love one of the things that you said, Chairman, is that it's also about engaging everyone. I know in some of the campaigns and programs that I've been a part of, Dreamers have really been at the heart of not just the motive and the drive, but the work, right? And just recently in the COVID response, we saw that President Trump was attacking mixed status families by denying them some of the resources that they'd earned. By the way, they were not free. They contributed to them. And so one is, what opportunities are here? And two, what are some tactics that you have seen in terms of dual engagement?
So I'm happy to take that, or Myra, if you want to, feel free. So Dreamers were among the initial movers of sort of what I might call a Latino political engagement, right? And it's really remarkable because not having status and having very real consequences to speaking out required an immense amount of bravery. It required not only bravery, organization. And the way Dreamers have organized and mobilized has been one of the great things to see during my public service career. Post DACA, you then saw Dreamers move completely into the workforce. I think they're about 5,000 Dreamers who are healthcare workers in Texas during the pandemic, about 750,000 who are in the workforce. Generally, these are teachers, frontliners, healthcare workers, first responders. I mean, the people who are keeping our food supply intact, right? Whether they're charging us at the grocery store or they're actually picking the crop, and everything in between, right? And so their engagement, I think, has provided two motivations. A, it's motivated the people who may have status in their household to become more engaged. And B, it's motivated their immediate circles and family members, kinship networks to also engage. And it boils down to this very simple point. If politicians like Donald Trump and Greg Abbott treat Dreamers that way, the most vulnerable, the youngest, the most sympathetic and innocent maybe in the entire discussion, how are they going to treat me? Right? I mean, it really says a lot about a government, a politician, how they treat Dreamers. I'll never forget during the debate when Greg Abbott said, yeah, if a repeal of in-state tuition ends up on my desk, I will sign it. I will never forget that. I'll never forget how he signed, and when he was Attorney General, signed an amicus brief in favor of Arizona 1070. And you better believe I will never forget when he declared SB4 an emergency item, the Papers, Please bill here in Texas. And you can put on all the madrinas you want on commercials, but that says exactly who he is. And the punctuation on that is that when Texas had an opportunity to take legal immigrants, refugees recently, we were the only state in the union that didn't do it, and the governor led the fight on that. So when people show you who they are, believe them. And I know exactly who the governor is. We oftentimes, focus on others who are maybe more bombastic or who are more out there, but the governor, both as Attorney General and now, has been, I think, the most anti-Latino politician in modern history. And certainly the most anti-Latino that I've observed.
And to jump in on that, there was a time when even Dreamers were the safe harbor. We're not going to touch them. Going back, remember Lindsey Graham used to be accused of being a moderate Democrat because of this? And now we've seen a complete autocorrection of that. Part of the reason that Dreamers' livelihood has been on the line for so long is because Ken Paxton, our AG in Texas, threatened the Trump administration on DACA. And Greg Abbott allowed that. And
Greg Abbott, when he was Attorney General, sorry to interrupt you, he filed lawsuit against DACA and DAPA, right? And he used to say, hey, my favorite thing to do is, or my job is when I wake up in the morning, I sue the Obama administration. But he's always led the charge. He's never been on our side. And so I'm sorry, I just got, I got full of the Holy Spirit on this because it really, I don't think he has paid much of a political price for his attack on our community. And I'm hoping that in 2022, he sure does when he stands for re-election.
I agree. I think we'll have a real opportunity there. Maida, do you have anything you might want to add on that?
Yeah, I think that you all have outlined the many ways in which legally Dreamers have been under attack. And part of what I think about is the rationale for why Dreamers are such a big threat politically is because Dreamers embody the values that we say our country is founded upon. And some of the most compelling organizers that I have ever met have been undocumented. And as the chairman said, putting so much on the line, like not just, political capital, but their very livelihoods and existence in this country. And so I think that it is inspiring to see folks stepping up and taking risks. And it compels those of us that do have the privilege to vote, the privilege to be here legally. It almost, creates a sense of urgency. What are we doing if we are not standing with our brothers and sisters who are willing to risk their very existence in this country to ensure that our communities are protected, that our communities have rights? And so I in my political formation, some of the most inspiring organizers were not just Dreamers, but Dreamers' moms who, didn't even have the recourse of DACA protections. And I think that again, there's such a threat to Republicans and to this administration, because they truly do embody all the values that we say this country's about. And as we know, politics is part science, numbers, and part art. And their ability to articulate their story in such a values-based way really compels and moves people to act. And so as long as we are able to uplift Dreamers' voices and stories, and Dreamers' moms and our undocumented brothers and sisters, that's just more of an impetus to get folks in our community to step out and really exercise their right to vote.
Thanks, Maida. I think you are pivoting perfectly to our next question, which is about taking action. What are some steps that we can take for those that are tuning in to ensure that in this election cycle that there is a full narrative of the Latinx community, the Latino community, Hispanics, Cuban, all of our different identities? We're not a monolith. Yeah. What are some of the steps that we can take to ensure that our story is told, not the one by the Trump organization?
Yeah, and I actually, I wrote this quote down because I think it is so telling of the time we're in. So this Latino political scientist named Bernard Fraga says, when a group is perceived to drive election outcomes, members of that group are more likely to turn out to vote. And that quote has been ingrained in me throughout this whole cycle, because time and time again, when mainstream media and even ourselves as a community talk about the Latino vote, we erroneously talk about the sleeping giant, right? And what does that do subconsciously for us as a community when we keep saying, well, even though Latinos have all the numbers and everything on their side, they're not turning out to vote, so the Latino vote doesn't matter. And that we internalize that and continue to think, well, if I don't go out to vote because of X, Y, and Z, because I'm working, because I don't have someone to take care of my kid after work to go vote, I don't want to stand in line for an hour. Now, we don't know the realities of this upcoming election with COVID-19 really threatening in-person voting. So all of the myriad of reasons of why we shouldn't vote take a little more stock when we internalize that our vote really doesn't matter. And so one of the things that all of us can do as Democrats, as leaders of organizations, as elected officials, is to make sure that we're not reaffirming that narrative, right? One of the things that we did early on this cycle, whenever a reporter talked to us about the Latino vote, was reiterate the number that 32 million Latinos are going to be eligible to vote in 2020, making us the largest non-white ethnic voting bloc. Because what does that do? The more we keep saying it, the more people internalize it and believe that every vote truly does matter, because we as a collective have so much political power if we turn out to vote. And so it's important to continue to uplift that narrative and to continue to make sure that we are sharing those stories at the grassroots level, because because MSNBC or Telemundo or Univision are talking about it doesn't mean that gets down to our families, our tias, our tios. So continuing to ensure that we tell folks that every vote truly does matter. And there are so many examples all across the country and in Texas alone where, a handful of votes determine an election. Those are the stories that we need to continue to uplift so that folks realize the power of their vote. So I think language is so important. And for those of you that get to talk about the Latino vote, make sure that we're presenting it in an asset-based way, that Latinos have the power and will be the determining factor in this election in 2020, rather than resorting to trite tropes about the sleeping giant, which is not helpful to Democrats, it's not helpful to Latinos, and it's not helpful to getting Donald Trump out of the White House.
Yeah,
I love that narrative. That got me fired up. and the other theme that is important, and it is more true now during COVID than ever, is that our lives depend on this. Our leadership matters. The people who are in elected office, from the President of the United States down to your local school board member, really matters. And now you have the Attorney General threatening to force Texans to have to go to the polls in person and with no immunity to COVID, no vaccine, no antidote. And he's threatening to prosecute people for exercising their right to vote. I take that as a huge challenge. And I think about, I wasn't a violent kid at all, but I think about when I was on the schoolyard, and sometimes you just had to defend yourself, and you know, you knew you were going to get jumped, you might get your butt kicked, but when the bully was coming after you, sometimes you had to just punch them straight into the nose and straight in the nose, knock them out. And that's what we need to do with our vote. The vote's the only thing that we can use as a shield, but it's also a sword. And when you have a pack of bullies that have demonized your community, that have incited racism against your community, when they have failed to protect you, and now they're trying to take away your right to vote and force you to choose between your health, your life, and the exercise of this democratic franchise, I want people to be pissed. I want people to be mobilized, and I want people to punch these bullies in the nose with their vote and get them out of office. Because the minute the big bully goes down, then everybody sees the outcome, and nobody's going to want to mess with you again. So it's time.
Great. Let me, we have just two more questions. One is, you know, Texas has some of the worst voter participation in the nation by design, by structure, as how the Republicans have passed laws and legislations. What is some of the work that we can do to change that, to work around that, to ensure that we have a strong showing on during early vote and election day? Maida, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, and I think this is a great segue from what the chairman was saying about, you know, making sure that people feel compelled to go out to vote. And I think it's twofold. People need to feel angry and upset at what is happening right now because of a lack of voting, or because, you know, the system was rigged, and even though Hillary won the popular vote, here we are. The second part, which I think is just as important and compelling, is we have to give people a reason to vote. And part of that is the amazing leadership of so many Latino candidates who are stepping up and running at the very local level, right? Because when we think about the presidential campaign, it is impossible for a presidential campaign, even statewide campaigns, to reach all of the voters that they need to reach in order to get folks to turn out. But that's why we run as a Democratic ticket, and we have folks running for state house, folks running for city council, folks running for school board, that can be those ambassadors and have those conversations and give folks a reason to go out to vote. So, you know, if my tia doesn't have a compelling reason to go and vote for the Texas Senate race or for the presidential, but they met, you know, Chairman Anchia and are so compelled and want to get him reelected, they're going to go out and vote. And we need to make sure that we're lifting all votes, particularly in our community when there's oftentimes a lack of information and access, right? So I think, you know, our down ballot candidates are great tools to turn out our community, because they have that ability to reach voters directly and are able to make a compelling case to vote up the ticket. And oftentimes, you know, we think about the inverse, how the top of the ticket is going to help elect down ballot candidates. And I think in the Latino community, it's so important, because we are such a familial group. You know, it's so important that we have that engagement. And in lieu of some of our top of the tickets being able to do that work, like, our down ballot candidates have to be those ambassadors and have to make sure that we're giving folks hope in their leaders. And what better and more hopeful way of doing that than engaging with your leaders directly and getting folks to go out and vote. And once they're at the ballot box, it's easier to get them to vote for the top of the ticket.
Super good point. And the last thing about rigging the game that the Republicans have done is they eliminated straight party voting, right? The minute it no longer benefited them, they ran the models and the algorithms, and the minute it wasn't in their favor, they got rid of it. And so I just want to remind everybody out there that the thing you need to do is go from the top of the ballot all the way to the bottom of the ballot and hit every Democrat. because the reality is that this had been in place for decades. It had worked just fine. There was no problem with it. But because it was one of the rules of the game that they could change, they did change to achieve a partisan advantage. And that cynicism we've seen throughout. So we need to change the people making those decisions so that we can enfranchise Texas and stop us from being in the bottom 10 to 5 to last in the nation in voter participation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, to end on a positive note, so it's the day after the election, and there's a piece on the Latino vote. What is the headline?
Oh, Latinos helped elect the next Democratic president. And specifically in Texas, I mean, look at the headlines that we saw in 2018, right? The Latino vote doubled in Texas. We want that data point to be national. You know, the Latino vote doubled in 2020 from 2016 and carried our Democratic candidate to the White House.
My hope is that at the up front page above the fold in the Dallas Morning News, it says Latino Wave carries Joe Biden to victory in Texas, and that changes the electoral map forever.
That's awesome. I love both of those. The one that I thought to mind was what Julian Castro said he would say to Donald Trump, adios. So Latinos say adios to Donald Trump.
That is the winner. That's the headline.
But we're going to do a lot of really great work along with the good Democrats that are watching this. But I want to thank you all for your time, Mr. Chairman and Mayra, and of course the Texas Democratic Party for organizing this great panel. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a great day. And let's go get it.
Thank you, Emmy.
Thank you all.
See you later.
Hi, I'm Domingo Garcia, and I know that in 2020, the Latinos can make the difference in Texas. The fact of the matter is the hands that have picked the cotton, that picked the vegetables, that work on the construction sites, that are working all over Texas and building Texas, are the same hands that can pick the next president of the United States, the next U.S. senator, as well as a lot of elected officials down the line. We have a lot of great candidates running this year, and we're excited about the ability to get our vote out across from South Texas and the Rio Grande to all the way to the Panhandle, to Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin. So look forward to working with everybody to make sure that we have a great turnout this election and that the Latino vote is asked and counted on in this November 2020 election. LULAC is working with all candidates. We are understanding that there is voter suppression going on. There's attempts to make sure that we don't vote by mail, but we have taken the state of Texas to court. We have won our case at the federal level, and while it's on appeal, we expect that eventually every Texan who wants to vote will have the ability to vote either by mail or in person. We don't take lightly vote attempts to try to take the votes away from people who have earned it by fighting America's wars, serving in the military, serving in law enforcement, and being essential workers during this COVID crisis. As we move forward, if you have any issues or obstacles to come forward, please let us know how we can help. LULAC is here both in the legal area as well as in the political area, helping people register to vote, turn out to vote, and helping candidates who support our issues, whether that's healthcare, education, economic development, or how to deal with the pandemic in a way that takes care of Jose and Juan at every level on Main Street. And we just don't take care of the big guys in the corporate suites. So I look forward to working with everybody here. If you have any questions, go to lulac.org. We're there to help. We have everything in English and Spanish. Hasta la victoria.
Who are we? We are the ones who step up for each other. I've got your back, you've got mine. Kindness, humility, empathy. It's not just talk, it's who we are. It's who we always have been. And no one can take that from us. The movement to bring it back, it started here. And here. And here. In school gymnasiums, community centers, the living room down the block. You'll be where? Okay, we'll be there. Who are we? We're the movement that will beat Donald Trump. Welcome. We're going to have to sweat for it. We're going to have to sacrifice and fight. We're going to have to lead. Everyone is going to have to lead with kindness, humility, empathy, and not just talk, but action. Action today, action tomorrow. Action until we win. And we will win if we do this together. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. Now let's show them.
Coming up next, we have our panel on earning the Black vote in 2020.
Hi, my name is Monica, daughter of an IAM union worker, lifelong feminist, and a sustaining member of the Texas Democratic Party. Growing up in the north side of Fort Worth, I saw firsthand what happens when communities of color don't have access to high-paying jobs, affordable housing, education, and health care. It's because of this experience that I've spent almost 25 years as a community activist, fighting for reproductive justice, hunger awareness, healthcare access, and immigrant rights. And it is the main reason why I'm a Texas Democrat. Texas is a battleground state with 38 electoral votes on the line, and people like Donald Trump cannot win the White House without Texas. But the Texas Democratic Party has a plan to fight that, and to also take back Austin and push for policies that are beneficial for all Texans. So why don't you please join me and contribute to the Texas Democratic Party by texting Texas to 21333. Remember, y'all means all.
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas. And that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
Hey there, fellow Democrats. I'm Bexar County Commissioner Justin Rodriguez here in San Antonio. Listen, we know this is a big election year. It's huge. We need to turn Texas blue, and the only way we can do that is with your time, energy, and effort. We need to lay it all on the line in this election this fall. So it starts today. Text VOTES, VOTES, to 21333. Have a great convention, and let's turn Texas blue.
It's not live. My name is Brooklyn Mosley, and I'm the Coordinated Campaign Director. Yeah, so when I got out of the Air Force, my original plan was I wanted to work for the State Department. I was living in Lawrence, Kansas at the time, and we had a gubernatorial race that was going on in 2014. We were the other Davis that was running for governor. Walked into the office, and it kind of changed my worldview. We had a lot of really backwards policies going on in Kansas. I got very passionate on changing my community, and so in the process, I was able to get more people that looked like me, more people in my age demographics to get motivated to be involved in politics. And I realized if I wanted to change the world, I was gonna have to change my own backyard, and so I got really invested in my community. The thing that made me want to keep going was we had a volunteer. Everything about her was just something that, when we've talked about this, everything about her was just something that was like easily could have been dismissed. But one thing I just like really liked about her was that when she said she was going to be there, she was on time. And when she said that she was going to do something, she went and did it, and she went an extra mile. So on election day, we actually did not win that race. As I'm wiping tears from my eyes, and I'm like, I never want to feel this again. I never want to do this again. She walked up to me. She's like, it was really easy. She's like, I know I'm awkward. I know I have bad posture. I know I dress like a granny. And it would have been really easy for you just to ignore me like a lot of people do, but you were the first person to believe in me, and I just want to thank you for that. And at the time, she was a recent poli-sci grad. She was working at a fast food restaurant, which there's nothing wrong with that. But then after that, she really felt empowered, and she eventually worked at our local homeless shelter, and she actually just finished her master's in social work last year. She works at a suicide prevention hotline, and so that was something that that was my first inkling that I could have an impact on people. I think that every single place that I live in, I try to make it home. Kansas was a place that I was supposed to just live in, and ended up being a place that I called home for over 6 years, which is a big deal because my family moved around a lot when I was growing up. One thing that I'm going to do with my time as a Texas Democrat is just be really invested in my community. Being a Texas Democrat to me means that we are the change that we want to see. I think that every single day, people are just working really hard to take their small bite out of making the world a better place. I'm really blessed to be a Texas Democrat because we just have the opportunity to not only make the lives better for everyone in the state of Texas, we just have the opportunity to improve so many lives. And so I'm just very lucky and blessed to be here.
Coming up next, we have our panel on earning the Black vote in 2020.
Hello, everybody. My name is Carol G. Robinson. I'm state chairman of the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats, and I'm the moderator of today's panel. We're about to have a very insightful and timely conversation about what Democrats, especially Texas Democrats, need to do to ensure that we win the Black vote, that we earn the Black vote. A lot of people are going to think, well, why are we having this conversation? Because African Americans already vote in large numbers. But the reality is there are a lot of African Americans, especially younger African Americans and Black men who did not vote or tend to vote for third parties or are asking, why should I vote? And if I vote, why should I vote for the Democratic Party? And so what I'm gonna start the conversation with, I want to acknowledge that Candace Weber was supposed to have joined us as a panelist. Candace is a Black Lives Matter activist, and in her non-activist daytime life, she's a nurse, and she was in Philly doing work in ICU, so she could not be with us. So I want to acknowledge her, and more broadly, want to thank all the folks who are on the front line, the health professionals, the folks in the grocery store who are stocking them, the truck drivers, what we now know as essential workers in the most broadest and important sense for keeping our country and our state moving. So thank you to all of them, and I want to thank all the panelists who are here with me today. Elisa Simmons, Shakira Dennis, Tracy Scott. And ladies, let me set the context, and then I'll call on each of you and just give us a little bio introduction, and we'll go from there. And how I want to take this is I'd like us to talk about it in essentially two pieces. A policy perspective, what's the substance of the conversation the Democratic Party should be having with Black Texans and Black America? And then what's the political process that we should be engaged in to do outreach, voter education, voter turnout, voter protection, and making sure the integrity of our elections are protected. Madam Rep, could I start with you and give us a little background? And then I know I want everybody to bring their full life background to the conversation. So I know you and I are both involved in NAACP activities as one of the other hats we wear, even though that's not what we're talking about today. But we can't leave out what's going on with civil rights and social justice issues as we go through this conversation.
Well, hi there, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to be here with you. So it's no secret that Black people show up for Democrats, the Democratic Party and its candidates. The party benefits mightily from Black voters. Many of our successful Democratic candidates owe their victories to Black voters. So one might ask, since the Democratic Party and its candidates like, let's take Vice President Biden, for example, if the Democratic candidates already do well with Black voters, why the need to appeal to Black voters any further? And I think the answer to that question is to prevent Black voters from disengaging. The goal is to win, and the party cannot bear to lose the Black women's vote or the vote of Black millennials who are very finicky and untrusting of the party at this time. So the substance of the conversation that Democrats should be having with Black Texas voters is this: we know that you show up for the party and for our candidates, so we're going to begin to show up for you now. And showing up for Black voters equates to sharing power with us. So when a Democrat ascends to mayor or county judge or House Speaker or governor or president, that Democrat needs to share power with us. Black voters should not be discarded once we've helped others make it. So sharing power comes in the form of appointments, hiring as senior staffers, experts, or consultants. Sharing power equates to ensuring economic inclusion of Black businesses and supporting Black candidates and things like that. So Black voters cannot continue to be ushered to the back row after we've helped fellow Democrats to ascend. And again, winning should be the goal. And to win, you've got to appeal to Black voters. And I'll mention it again, Black millennial voters. A lot of Black millennial voters did not vote for Hillary, and they just felt like their needs were ignored. So, you know, the most reliable voters in the party are Black voters, and in particular Black women. However, the party seems to use the same strategy that includes appealing to moderates and independents, trying to win them back over after the end of Obama. So I think the party needs to spend time investing, energizing, activating, and inspiring our community to turn out to the polls. The party is going to embrace our concerns and our needs, and that's what they need to do. And they've got to look at what separates our experiences, but those things that also enjoin our experiences, because you can't make a comprehensive agenda if you don't have a comprehensive point of view.
Us to be a dialogue with each other about the issues that directly impact the African American community. My name is Shakira Dennis. I lead Next Wave Strategic Consulting Group, a Houston-based political consulting and public engagement firm. I've been rooted in the civic and political space here in Harris County for the past decade. I started right on the campus of my alma mater, Texas Southern University, a historically Black college located in the heart of Houston, Texas. I was the youngest African American woman to serve as chair of the Black Democrats in Harris County, where I was positioned and poised to raise money, recruit, and train candidates in the African American community to run for public office. I'm extremely passionate about this dialogue and about the issues that directly impact us. I'm excited to hear that we'll be discussing social justice issues apart from that, issues that directly relate to African American voter turnout and mobilization. And I look forward to having a more in-depth and substantive conversation about what those drivers are and the tools that we need to begin to move this train.
Thank you, Shakira. Tracy Scott, president of Black Women's PAC. Talk to us, give us your background, but we know that Black women are a core cornerstone of the Democratic Party, but there are some issues. I know you talk about income inequality, but you talk about it as a double inequality in terms of race and gender.
Yes.
So talk to us a little bit about the things you think we need to be hearing from the Democratic Party.
Well, again, yes, and also thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much, Chairman, for leading this conversation, and TDP for pulling us together. It's a really important discussion. Again, I'm Tracy Scott. I'm president of the Black Women's PAC. I started in Fort Worth now, but I started in Houston, 20 years ago. with actually Councilmember Carol Robinson, and have done a number of things across the state, and just kind of traveled around looking and talking to people and kind of getting a gauge of where we are and what we want to hear and how Black women are, what our expectations are and what we're looking forward to. So in talking about the double wage gap, we are really doubly hit, as a woman and then as a Black person, we then make twice as less than white men, and then lesser than white women. The things that we need to talk about, or what Black women are really looking to hear, is generational wealth, finance. I mean, that is a huge part. We are leaders in our community. We are heads of household. We are making strides in corporate America and elected office, but at home, we still need the balance of financial security and economic justice, and greater clearing a path for home ownership and making that easier. And then also, Black women are recognized as the #1 entrepreneur. And that's a really great accolade. It's along the lines of, being the strongest voting bloc. It's a great accolade, but has that proven to benefit our community? Has that leveraged us, on a scale that our businesses are hiring, 50, 60, 100, 5,000, and are we providing healthcare plans? Are we, are offering packages for retirement? Our businesses, yes, we might be the, largest new entrepreneur and new business owners, but they're small businesses, and small businesses of one by far and large. So we just really need to hear how candidates, or what the president is going to do to clear a path for us to create wealth and equality.
Let me come back to Arlington, to Elisa, because you're running, and we're all trying to flip the Texas House to make it a Democratic House. Could you talk to us about some of the things you think a Democratic House is likely to do, and why that's going to be important to the African American community, and why they should come out and vote, not just for Joe Biden for president, but come down ballot and vote for state house and county candidates?
Absolutely. Redistricting in Texas is a huge issue. And so we have got to get people out to vote. We've got to make sure they understand the importance of redistricting, and we've got to get folks elected. We've got to flip that house so we can get folks in there, like myself, like, all of the other Democratic candidates out there who are sensible, who have a heart for the people, who are not doing this, who are not serving to serve their buddies. So we've got redistricting is one of the top goals and aims for getting out and getting folks elected. Medicaid expansion, healthcare for all, as many folks as possible, is a top issue. Those are, they're not just minority issues. It's an issue that is important to me because I care about all Texans. So those are a couple of the top reasons we need to get people out, educate about the issues, particularly the impact of redistricting, and get them out to vote.
Thank you. Shakira, will you talk to us about the importance of how do you put issues on candidates' agenda? Because we know if a candidate talks about issues during a campaign, they're more likely to be focused on those issues when they get to office. And what issues should we be putting on their agenda now?
Mm-hmm. I want to kind of pick up from where Alyssa touched on the healthcare piece, right? I think right now, as we're dealing with the global pandemic that is COVID-19, I think the issue of healthcare, right, and access to healthcare should most certainly be centered in a real and meaningful way For example, I mean, what we know to be true in Texas is that we lead the nation, you know, in those that are uninsured, and that's partly to attribute to Governor Abbott not to expand Medicaid here, leaving millions of low-income individuals uninsured. That's coupled with healthcare disparities in historically underserved and vulnerable communities that are, I mean, to no surprise, predominantly African American. So that's one of the real and apparent issues that should be centered in a meaningful way. I know that we're going to take a deeper dive into police brutality, but the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, right? It's on the forefront of people's minds, hearts and minds of the African American community. You have got to not just identify 2 or 3 talking points, right? To ensure that maybe the electorate is, you know, paying attention to you a little bit and maybe you're in tune, but actually taking it a step further and being a little bit more thoughtful as to what protocols, practices will you institute or put in place if you're elected. I think that candidates will benefit greatly, right, from understanding the intricacies of these issues prior to offering themselves, you know, to public service, because it is most certainly the epicenter of everything. You know, individuals want to know that they have elected officials that are sensitive, you know, to their needs and understand some of the challenges that are impacting their community and that are thoughtful and serious and committed to addressing those issues.
Hey, Tracy, talk to us about this. Why did you start a Black Women's PAC, and what's the impact and importance of being political contributors in the process of, I want to say, holding elected officials and candidates accountable to wanting to come earn your vote?
So, you know, launching the Black Women's PAC in 2018 was really out of, you know, my experience in campaigns and, you know, as a fundraiser, and just recognizing how the differences in campaign contributions that women receive and men, between women and men, white women and Black women. And if we are going to be a larger part of the you know, legislative body and elected office, then we need this financial support. And we need the financial support from our community. That's the important piece, because if we are relying on money from other sources, then when you go to office, you know, and it's not, you know, it's not comfortable to say, but who are you representing? I mean, you know, who's the favor? Who gets the call? And I just think that I just really think from the Black Women's PAC standpoint that Black women need support. We need support from Black women and Black families so that we elect people that address the issues specific to our community. And that's, yeah.
Alyssa, could you, I want to, you know, I like to describe it this way: prosperity matters. And how do we get Democrats to understand and shape and focus around that prosperity issue as an entirety? Because all the pieces are being talked about, but I'm not sure the understanding of the whole, the destination you're trying to get to, is fully there.
Give me an additional example.
So let's say it this way. Everything we know, the higher up the income scale, the less health disparities you suffer. Doesn't mean that you don't, but it diminishes. The more likely your children are to be successful in school, the less likely they are to have high college debt. And so less likely they are to have unfavorable interaction with the police. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but it starts to diminish it. And, you know, Dr. King, eventually the civil rights movement started to make the transition from a purely civil rights movement to a more encompassing, we've got to deal with the issue of peace and prosperity. Go ahead.
Okay. Absolutely. You know, I have, as a candidate, before COVID, I was out block walking, been block walking since October. And it has been really eye-opening talking to folks of lesser means. When you talk to them about the importance of getting registered, being registered, is everybody in the household registered? This one young lady said, I'm not registered, I'm not going to vote. And she was an African-American young lady. She had a 3-year-old, and I'm gonna guess she was about 32. And so we had a conversation about why she wasn't interested in being registered, and if she understood the impact of her vote, if she paid attention to politics, if she paid attention to candidates. And so, I stayed there longer than you're supposed to. And we had a really good conversation. And she didn't realize the value of supporting candidates who are concerned about her, candidates who want to see her and her child succeed. So we talked about her grocery store job. We talked about how she could advance and fight for promotion, and she just couldn't see it. And so, we've got to make people, we've got to connect voting, participating in the process with, prosperity. And I think it's important. Met a couple of other young Black gentlemen. Wasn't supposed to stop and talk to them because they weren't behind the door. They were fixing cars. And they want to go to college. Didn't think they could go to college. And so I was walking with a friend who is a college professor. And so she has embraced those two brothers. And, now they see their future and how, getting an education, paying attention to candidates like me who care about them, who will make sure I will go to the legislature and fight for, fair tuition, affordable tuition, health care for them, because neither of them had health care. They didn't know how to sign up for the Affordable Care Act, nothing. And so, and talking to them about when you get this college degree, you will benefit your families that way. So, we've got to educate folks. We got to have real talk, real conversations with our people about this is why you have to vote, because there are people who are elected that look at you and look at me and don't think we're deserving or worthy of what they are deserving and worthy of. So that I'll leave it there.
Prosperity matters. We're going to take a quick break and we're going to make the transition from substance to process and continue the conversation.
I'm sorry, I kind of screwed that one up.
No. We're going to edit all this, so.
Okay. All right, well, I'll go back to John. I'm Cliff Walker, the Deputy Executive Director of the Texas Democratic Party. Manny's strength is really in communications. Manny has many strengths, but his special strength has been in his communications work that he's done over the last several years. In fact, the communication shop that we have right now was initiated by Manny joining the party several years ago, and now it's blossomed with all these brilliant staff into a world-class communication shop that I think rivals anything in politics, anything really in the private sector. My side of the shop tends to include what we call our coordinated campaign effort. So that's candidate services team, our county services program, where we're helping support county parties and build them up to be part of one integrated coordinated effort. Our organizing team, which is a new addition of the Texas Democratic Party, exceptionally exciting. We're the first party in the country, and at times the only party in the country that has a full-time cycle-long training team. Brought on a voter protection director in January, and that team has truly blossomed. We have a hotline director because our hot voter assistance hotline has gone live in January and not in September or October. Voter protection doesn't often kick off until August, September of the on year. Well, there's no more on and off year. It's been an on cycle. The entire election cycle is a little different from what we expected it would be. That means that everything starts a little earlier, and that includes voter protection. What does being a Texas Democrat mean to me? I am a big believer in empathy, not simply as a value, but as a skill. Texas Democrats, when it really comes down to it in essence, give a damn. They give a damn about not just myself, not just the family that lives within the four walls of my domicile, but our community at large. When you take that community approach, that leads you to a lot of different policies that you simply don't see on the other side. You know, the ability to talk with not just elected leaders, but also just regular voters, folks who are kind of sort of interested in politics and taking a look, and to be able to help give people some hope and inspire people and give them a path to take some action is a privilege that I think every single person at this party should reflect on. But I would not have the ability to do this work if it were not for the values and the policies of the Democratic Party. You know, the ability to have the health care that we needed, to have the help that we needed when my family was struggling when I was growing up at times. You know, these are policies that it's only the Democrats, it's only us who are defending these things. I'm not just a Democrat. It's an important distinction, I think, being a Texas Democrat, because we have a sense of place. Texas is our home. I've only done political work in this state because I appreciate the character of this state and its people. There's no more important place to do politics. And when Texas is a champion in the progressive movement, that truly changes how all of our politics are done in this country, and it changes the world.
Hi, this is Representative Lorraine Berryville, HD 100 in Dallas. It's an exciting year for Texas Democrats, but we need your help to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can, your time, your voice, and your support. Text VOTES to 21333 to get started. I wish we were all here together in person, but please enjoy the convention.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote. And we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast the ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
Shakira, let me bring you back into this conversation. And I want to talk with you about how do we bring the message down and how should it be said so everybody understands. So if you were advising the Texas Democratic Party and the Texas Democratic candidates, what should be the message and how should they get it out to the broadest reaches of the Black community across the state?
Gosh, Carol, no. But in essence, I honestly I want to touch on what Alyssa said a little bit before we dive into strategy regarding, the cycle of poverty and how traumatizing that really is in communities of color, to the point where individuals cannot see beyond just going to work every day and just meeting their basic needs. There is no conversation about what that next level of life looks like. And the ability to dream and to have a vision and to want more for yourself should not be a problematic thing. And I'm hoping that through this conversation, individuals really realize the impact of systemic racism and how it's permeated and impacted lives for generations and generations. As it pertains to strategy and what should we say and what should we do and how should we move, the pulse of the community is there, and it takes real roots and real commitment, and a daily commitment, I should say, to ensuring that everyone's voice is heard in the African American community. In particular, you've got to center our voices, our values, and our positions on issues that directly impact us. And it's very difficult because we're not a monolith. Right, we have different striations in our community, different messengers, all trusted, but from different vacuums and different varying angles. And so there is an incredible, amount of opportunity right now, as we speak, to have more meaningful conversations in the midst of COVID, right? When individuals are struggling, to make ends meet. And if you were already below that federal poverty line, you're sinking. And so we don't want to just hear, about plans and thoughts and ideas, right? We want someone who's intentional, who's going to be here, who's going to be rooted. What I found, having worked with candidates, both who've run statewide and countywide, and particularly I want to talk more to the statewide candidates, is you have to be invested, right? You can't just, hey, I'm going to send a representative. You've got to show up. You've got to show individuals in the African American community that you want their support, you trust their voice, you hear them, you know their issues, you are committed to addressing their issues. And that hasn't really been reinforced. I don't think from a state level, from candidates who are running statewide, and even some who are running countywide and other local capacities. And so it is a daily toil, and we can't really just displace blame. I think there's a lot of opportunity here to build, within the African American community, infrastructure-wise. Many of us and grow, having started on campus organizing, having broke into the local scene of politics, into my community to realize, hey, I want to help support candidates who look like me. I want to raise money for them. I want to make sure that they are successful. We need more voices and more people who are committed to building the infrastructure in our community and more candidates who are sensitive and understand the needs of our community and the issues that drive us to the polls.
She's absolutely right. When about those two encounters that I referenced, and anybody around here in Arlington knows that I am on the ground doing the work. I don't need to run for office to be fulfilled and to help my people, because I do it here, and to help the community. I do it daily. And, you know, in talking to those three young people, I brought it home to them. They didn't know anything about the NAACP, but they knew about the issues that were in the news, and the officers that got terminated and indicted. And I said, that was me. That was me that did that. And so when they understood that, they're like, how do you get registered to vote? It was so funny. So they are paying attention, and we have to pay attention to the issues that are important to them. Like Shakira said, we have to come to their world and see what's important to them. And candidates have to appeal to them. The Democratic Party has to appeal to them. One of the young men said, oh, okay, so that was you. He says, I have a question for you, but never mind. I don't want to be disrespectful. And I said, huh? I said, I'm out here trying to get your vote, get you registered, get your vote so I can go fight for you in Austin. I said, so you have an issue? And he said, I do, but I don't want to be disrespectful. And I said, just say it. And he asked me my position. After trying to pull it out of him for 10 minutes, he asked me my position on legalizing marijuana. I said,
I'm a yes.
I said, is that, I've been trying to get this out of you for 10 minutes. And he said, yes. And I bet he was about 20, and, you know, I'm 56. So he was probably like, I'm talking to my mama or my grandma. And I said, I support that. And I said, why were you so afraid to communicate your issue? I said, you're supposed to do that. You're supposed to challenge me. And if I had said, I'm opposed, you're supposed to challenge me and tell me you're not going to vote for me, you know? So, you know, you gotta get in their space, get in their head. You got to, you know, find out what appeals to everybody. If they're on this level, or, you know, a lower level.
Carol, before you move on, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Before you move on, I really wanted to touch on I think that there needs to be a grassroots level of who you are voting for and why. So in the case of police brutality and Ahmaud Arbery, who's involved in that? So there's the district attorney. You vote for the district attorney. There's the mayor and the council. They hire the police chief.
Mm-hmm.
So knowing, and the legislative, you know, the gun laws and, you know, hate crime, and that is all defined in the legislature. So I think that there needs to be a comprehensive voter education on who you are voting for and why, and tack it on to instances. So if you are not, if you're only making $7.95 an hour, what minimum wage is, that is connected to this person that is going into office. And if you don't have enough grocery stores in your area, that is connected to this person that is going into office. So that when you say my vote doesn't count, or when you say that, you know, I don't know who to vote for or why I'm voting, you have specific instances that appeal to your life that tag to an elected official. Because everything we do is government regulated. There's nothing that we do. Everything is government regulated, so there is always a reason to vote. But people have to connect. They have to know in their life, what does that mean to vote? How does that affect me daily? How many kids are in the daycare class? That's government. So we've got to talk about that.
Let me say this, Tracy, absolutely agree. And that's one of the things we need to do, is to remind folks, for instance, the role that the census will play
Correct.
in distribution of where people will get elected from, the distribution of federal funding. This has been a powerful conversation. We're almost coming to a close. So let me go down the line, and Shakira, I want to start with you let's start wrapping this up. Then I'll go from Shakira to Tracy, and then Alyssa, I'll give you the last word. So Shakira?
Sure. So first I want to say that, as we lead up to the November elections, we have an inherent responsibility to educate and empower everyone within our respective sphere of influence. There's so much at stake, and we've touched on a myriad of issues, and there's just so much more. And we could go all day on the things that we should be centering, that we should be focusing on, right, leading up to November. But apart from that, there's other meaningful conversations as to how to engage the African American community in a meaningful way, and how do we remain centered, not just on our issues, but also reflected in public office. And we need more African Americans in local city council seats, more in legislative capacities, more in congressional seats, right? I don't think we can really wait, for someone, to save us. We have got to begin to continue our work of taking up the mantle of leadership and being centered in a meaningful way and starting ourselves. And while it's not, to me, a difficult thing to sit and learn and listen and be serious about addressing, issues, for some people, there are barriers. But for us, we know that these issues have existed in our community for decades, right? And we do need more solution-oriented individuals who are committed to addressing those issues. And so we need to be registering voters, educating voters, and mobilizing voters, and making sure that we maintain and sustain our political representation in Texas.
Okay, well, thank you, Carol. So let me just say first that the last day to register to vote is June 15th. So if you have not registered to vote, please do so. Also, if a candidate is not talking about economic justice, social justice, criminal justice reform, in a meaningful way that it actually outlines that you have a plan, because there are a lot of plans on the internet connected to candidates that reiterate the issue and continue to tell us what the percentages are of the disparity. We don't need to hear that. We know that, we live that. So if your plan does not have specifics on what are you going to do, and then goals, and where are you coming, where is this going? And Black America covers every issue, every problem in America. So I think that we should start talking to Black America, and then tell other ethnic races, just vote, you'll be okay, like they've told us for years. But if you cover the issues of Black America, then you've covered everyone. That's my closing statement. Oh, one more closing statement. Angela Rye made this great quote the other night on social media, and her statement was, Jesus was to Lazarus as Black women were to Biden. So if we came through and saved you, brought you back to life, then we seriously expect you to outline specifically how you are going to relieve Black women from so much stress and having so much burden of carrying the community. How are you going to employ Black men? How are you going to fix the educational problems and the student loan debt and the double wage gap? Where's your plan? What's your word? Thank you.
Alyssa?
Exactly. And, and what have you done? What have you done? Show us what you have done. Don't come to us just when it's time, you decided you wanted to serve, you want to be elected. What have you done? Have you been here before? Have you been in our communities? Have you partnered with us? When you talk about economic justice, social justice, me as a candidate and talking to my community, and all communities, if voting rights, economic justice, and social justice are top and important issues to you, then you need candidates who have done that work. Short of that, don't just visit our communities and our churches when it's campaign season. And same thing with the party. Include us. You know, if we're Democrats, we're dyed in the wool. We're Democrats. You know, our issues, our communities, our people need to be highly considered. We need to find out what issues are important to, like I said, the entire spectrum, not just the chairman or those people like us in politics, but those everyday people who go to work every day, drop their kids off at daycare, go to work, pick their kids up, come home, cook dinner, and get ready for the next day. What issues are important to them? And so it's incumbent upon the Democratic Party, our candidates, to be as inclusive as possible, and not just during a campaign season. So we have lots of work.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said we have lots of work to do as a party, and candidates, you really have lots of work to do.
Well, Alyssa, Tracy, Shakira, let me thank all of you. Let me say this, if you're watching this program, get involved in the Democratic Party, hold our candidates and elected officials accountable, get involved with the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats. We're fortunate to have a great state party chairman in Gilberto Hinojosa, who understands that these things need to get done. This panel is a reflection of the kind of conversations we're having inside the Texas Democratic Party, because for all of us on this panel and the leadership of the party, this is a long-term ongoing conversation, and we want to make sure that we go from this state party convention to the July runoff election. That's why you got to register to vote by June 15th. Thank you, Tracy, to vote in the runoff. And then we have the November general election. And I know there's going to be a lot of conversation about the presidential race, but we have an opportunity as the biggest battleground state in the country to turn Texas blue if we focus on making sure we get African-American voters out and the folks who understand. If I had to put it in 3 words, I would encourage Democrats to make sure they deliver the message that they are for safety in the broadest sense, health and public, that we're going to be the party of opportunity, because we have got to help people find their way out of this moment. And opportunity is economic, it's mental health, it's social support, it's neighbors being neighbors, it's Texas strong, and then that prosperity matters, and it's important to the Black community. So thank you, everybody. Have a great convention, and let's go to work turning Texas blue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day, everybody.
Coming up next, we have our panel on building democratic strength in rural Texas. Stay tuned.
As Democrats, what are we fighting for? For the workers, for the dreamers and asylum seekers, for the mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters, for those with disabilities, for seniors, for healthcare, for the planet, for our bodies, for equality, for love, for education, for safer schools, neighborhoods, and communities, for a secure retirement, for opportunity, for a fair wage, for veterans and Gold Star families, for the forgotten, for our values, for truth, for progress, for our democracy, for our country, for our future. We are the party of the people. We are Democrats.
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, election. Together, we can change the course of history. Coming up next, we have our panel on building democratic strength in rural Texas. Stay tuned.
How great it is to be with this panel, and everyone on this panel is working so hard for Democrats in a difficult time. We're delighted to be here, and all of us have been fighting rural issues for many years. I'm Betty Ritchie, chair of the Rural Council of the Democratic National Committee. And I'd like to introduce our great panel. David Curry, he's the chair of Tom Green County Democratic Party. And he's also chair of the Urban Caucus. Sylvia Bruni, she is the chair-elect of Webb County. David Langford, he's a former mayor of Lubbock and the vice chair of the Non-Urban Caucus. And we're delighted to have you here. You know, we are really tight on time. And if we were in a room at a real convention, we would have people standing outside the door, talking loudly, knocking on the door, and we would think we'd just have a few more minutes, but we just don't have that ability right now. And we know that they're going to pull the plug when it's time. And I know that a lot of folks have felt like they needed to pull the plug sometimes, so they have their advantage now. So please share your time with others on this panel. In the rural areas of Texas, we're trying very hard to move the needle for the Democrats. If we can just raise our Democratic Performance Index even a couple of points, we can help elect our statewide candidates. And no candidate should ignore our rural areas. There has been so much, and we were just discussing earlier how many things we can talk about with the rural area. But those of us who live in the rural areas know what it's like to be dropped on our cells when we're traveling through through rural areas, and our very, very slow internet, if we have broadband at all. How do you as a panel feel that this is affecting our life in rural Texas?
Well, I think it affects Betty David Langston here in Lubbock.
Thank you.
I think it affects rural areas in very significant ways. This is a digital age that we're living in, and we all understand that. You need to have good broadband access in the rural communities because everything we're doing now is over computers. For example, as an attorney, all of the court filings have to be done digitally. You can no longer file pleadings by paper. If you're a small businessman, you can't order products. You don't do it by paper anymore. You do it over the internet. And so that hinders and does not allow small businesses in rural communities to have the same opportunities as their city cousins. And so one of the most important things we can do is improve good cell service and good broadband service.
Yes, I would agree, David. And, you know, when I'm on my ranch in Concho County, there are 2 hills I can talk to people on the phone. That's it. 2,400 acre ranch, there are 2 hills I can have a conversation with people. So sometimes I don't even know they called. And there are people that live around out there. And so this is a huge issue. And now during this coronavirus, our rural schools are shut down and the teaching is online. Well, that's not an option for a lot of rural students. And so they're really falling behind during this time. And even when you're supplying computers to people, we've just got, the future is broadband, the future is the internet, the future is cell phones, all those things. And it's like REA in the 1930s. We've got to have that kind of program or these folks get left behind.
Well, I know that Democrats are fighting very hard. I've been on a lot of meetings with people who are in office, and they are fighting very hard for our rural areas and for us to get better broadband. And the hospitals. Think about all of our hospitals. What about the internet with our hospitals? What do you think is becoming of that?
Well, we have 18 rural hospitals in the state of Texas that have gone bankrupt and stopped operating. You know, in many of our rural counties, in order for you to get care, we have healthcare deserts. Sometimes people have to drive more than 100 miles to get to a hospital. That's not acceptable. That ties back in, by the way, to the fact that we need to have good internet service so that you can have virtual health care, so that you can actually have telehealth over the computers. But think about the problems that you have with a sick child. 1 out of every 5 children in the United States lives in a rural community. And the healthcare outcomes for children in rural areas is much different. Generally, their conditions are much worse by the time they get to a hospital. and therefore they start out at a disadvantage in trying to recover from whatever ails them. Same thing with regard to taking care of our elderly. You know, right now, when we're in the midst of this COVID-19 crisis, and we don't have good rural hospitals, what does a person do if they come down with the symptoms to COVID-19? They have to go to the city. You know, we're trying to practice social distancing. Somewhere along the way, they've got to stop and get gasoline or food or whatever it may be. And by the time they get there, you know, their conditions may have extremely worsened. What do you do if you need an ambulance in the Big Bend area? They're just virtually not available. And if they are available by helicopter or by airplane, they're extremely expensive. So we need to have a new approach to rural healthcare that depends upon the internet and that depends upon resources that are in the cities. And to the extent that we can, get more doctors and healthcare professionals in our rural communities.
Well, that goes with the next question, which was about Medicare, Medicaid, and the closing of the hospitals, and the doing away with this administration with the ACA, and this is critical with our rural areas. Opioids, we have. Go ahead, David.
Well, it's just you're bringing up one of my pet peeves per se, as I say to people, when you believe the branding the Republican Party has put on Democrats, that we don't believe in God, that we want to take everybody's guns, and you go and vote for Republicans like Donald Trump, like Greg Abbott, like Ted Cruz, you're voting to close your school. You're voting to close your hospital. So, you know, think about that. It is Democrats that are trying to improve public education. Every rural community revolves around its school. Every single one of them revolves around its school. So education and healthcare. There's one party fighting for those things in rural communities, and one party is not fighting for those things. It's just embarrassing that we did not expand Medicare in Texas. And it's just mean. There's no reason for it except meanness. And I've got a PhD in Christian ethics, and I've read Galatians 5, and I can tell you that the fruit of the Spirit, meanness is not a fruit of the Spirit. And there is a meanness in much of the leadership of the Republican Party that should offend rural people, who are people that do have good values and who do care about their schools and care about their senior citizens and care about their children. And they don't get any help from the government in that regard. And that's why it's foolish that the rural areas tend to vote so Republican, because they're not thinking it through. It is the Republicans hurting public education. It's the Republicans refusing to expand and provide health care. And we've got to help people understand that in our rural communities. They're voting against the very things they need because of this branding that, you know, I own 27 guns and they want to take my guns away. Nobody wants my guns. They're not going to want my guns when my 2-year-old grandson inherits them all. So it's just stupid, but they believe that branding. And that's part of the message we've got to get across.
And that's a hard message. I ran for state representative in 2000, and the people that I talked with all over the rural areas believed that I was going to take their guns away. And this is a hard message that we need to get over. And messaging is very important in the rural areas, and how we message. We talk differently in our messages in the rural areas than we do in the city. And there is a big split, and we need to realize the interdependence of the rural areas and the urban areas. And I think that people are finding that out with the chain of meat and poultry and pork, and realizing how important it is in our rural areas. How do you see small agriculture message lacking? In other words, how could voters and elected officials do a better job of crafting public policy and messaging around small agriculture? I'll tell you what, why don't we discuss that right after this break?
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
Howdy y'all, I'm John Rosenthal, a state rep for District 135 in Northwest Houston. We can win big this year, but we need your help to turn Texas blue. Please join the movement and give what you can. Your time, your voice, any support will help us. All you got to do to get started is text VOTES to 21333. Thank y'all so much. Enjoy your convention.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote. And we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast the ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
In an increasing digital world, how should Democrats be organizing in rural communities, especially when work needs to be done to ensure equal access to the digital space?
I could certainly talk about that one.
Good. Thank you, Sylvia.
I represent Laredo Webb County, and we're a booming, at least we were until the pandemic hit. We were tagged as one of the fastest growing cities in Texas, booming international trade, transportation, which is sort of kind of ground to a stop. But in lots of ways, in some very particular ways, we're very much like a rural community. A few years ago, for example, I was part of a rural college initiative, junior college initiative that had been sponsored by the Ford Foundation. We weren't a rural college, and yet because of particular circumstances, they considered us rural, isolated. And I'll give you an example where we deal with some very harsh realities. About a third of our population doesn't have a high school degree. Another third of our population lives in poverty. We've got a good 26% of our homes that have folks that came from another country. Another language is predominantly the spoken language. So in many ways, we're isolated. We might be living in a metropolis, we're 260 plus population, 1,000, but we're still isolated. And so the question is, how do we organize digitally? Well, what we did when we came on board, and I'm still a newbie. When I was elected, and I'll come into the position in August, the group that I've been working with, and there's a good 50, 60, 70 folks that have volunteered and have come into the team with me. What we decided very quickly, because we knew we were going to be no more gathering, we were isolated, we're not able to meet person to person. What we're doing is we're working very closely with Connect Texas. The Texas Democratic Party has rolled out a fabulous virtual organizing platform. And so what we're doing is we're connecting very actively, I mean, literally daily with Connect Texas. What we're doing, we're making sure, for example, that our precinct chairs, our community captains, we're very actively recruiting community captains, which are basically going to be partners with their precinct chairs. And we're taking full advantage of what Connect Texas is offering, a lot of digital organizing tools. We're not going to be able to block walk, but we are going to be able to phone bank. And so we're working on creating messages that will be useful in phone banking. And we're also, and again, we're doing this very much via the Democratic Party's platform. We're planning things like virtual chats with our precinct neighbors, doing that kind of work, so that essentially what we're thinking of, we want to train our precinct chairs, our volunteers, our community captains, get them very solidly trained in virtual organizing, and then have them roll these out into their communities, into their neighborhoods. And the other thing that we're planning on doing, because for most of us, Facebook, social media is still very handy. Many of us are connected socially through social media. And so we're asking the Democratic Party, provide us with talking points on voter registration, or on vote by mail, and send out the messages through social media. Those are the ways that we're thinking of being able to work around the isolation that does still tend to plague the community, but we're thinking we can use our own folks, our own community captains, our own volunteers, and have them be the ones to reach out in small segments. You're reaching out to your neighborhood. You're reaching out to the people you know. That's how we're planning to virtually organize.
I think that's a fantastic way. Thank you, Sylvia, because I think that this is very important. We do need to still reach out from neighbor to neighbor, because we know how to talk with those people. Mm-hmm. And we're going to, I think, be virtual for a while, and we're going to have to learn to deal with that.
And I would also say, Betty, the non-urban rural caucus has a very strong texting program that we're taking to counties. We used it right here in San Angelo. They sent out like 10,000 texts in one Saturday. And we nearly doubled our turnout in the Democratic primary from 2016 to 2020. And it was primarily that texting program. And we're sharing it all across the state as well. So people that have interest in that need to contact the Non-Urban Rural Caucus in their rural counties. And again, we know there's digital challenges. Not everybody has a cell phone, not everybody has internet, but most people have a cell phone. And they're more comfortable receiving a text than they are a phone call a lot of times. But it's finding these folks that are just, they don't vote that often.
That's right.
And reminding them to vote. And that's a part of what we need to do is, in a lot of our rural counties, there's a lot of Democrats that just don't vote. I mean, you take my own county, we're 40-something% minority in Tom Green County. We don't have one single minority elected official at the county level. Not one. And the biggest challenge is our people, our Democrats have not been voting. And we're working at it. We've increased it over the last 5 or 6 years that I've been chair, and we've had a lot of help. But that is, it's not just a matter of converting people to understand how bad the Republicans are for them, but it's finding our people and actually getting them out to vote. That's one way to increase our percentage significantly.
And let me elaborate a little more on some of the things we discovered, again, through Connect Texas. There's some great training tools. One of them is called relational organizing. And basically and it was very simple, very short. It wasn't hard at all to sit through, and was very, very telling. And basically the message was, and you and I both know it, that the best way to connect is by making people feel important and by making them feel like they're important to you. And so how do you do that? You do that by reaching out to people you know. You reach out to people you know. And so relational training was something that my team got very quickly into we do Zoom gatherings every week. That's what we're doing. Another is another Connect Texas tool, and that's the Senior Wellness Check. And again, it's one-on-one. You're using your phone. You're reaching out to people you know. And at this point, we're dealing with folks that are the senior citizen, and that could be anyone from the age of 50 on. But you're making connections one-on-one. And while you're doing that, checking to see how they're doing, how are they doing with a stay at home. At the same time, you're reminding them, are you getting ready to vote? Have you voted? Are you interested? And so those are ways in which we're thinking of working around this isolation and doing it virtually, by phone, by text. And we really think it's going to make a difference.
I think it's important, and I think it's important to continue doing it, not just at election time, but to continue to reach out to people. And I think that this is part of our success in the rural areas if we can do this. And as I said, reach out and touch. It's so important. Thank you, Sylvia. Particularly, how do we deal with particularly the false notion that rural voters are white voters?
Well, I just mentioned our county's 44% is minority. And you look at a lot of these rural counties, so that they're not simply white voters by any stretch of the imagination, but they're also Democrats. Like I said, let's go back to the branding for a second. The Republicans have told people that if you're a Democrat, you don't believe in God. Well, obviously, I'm a Baptist preacher. That's not true. But they've told folks that if you're a Democrat, you want your guns. If you're a Democrat, you're a socialist. For goodness sakes. Socialism is the Texas Highway Department. It's how we get around. We cooperate together. There's not any socialists out here. There are people that know that's why we have public schools. But people buy this stuff. We had a congressional election, and the whole Republican argument was which one was going to fight socialism the most. And it's just silly. Democrats are the folks that care about our schools. And it doesn't matter if you're white or you're brown or you're black. Our kids go to public schools for the most part. And that's the center of our communities. So we've got to get the message out to people that it is the Democratic Party that cares about the things they care about. Their health, their children, their education, their agriculture. I mean, that's another issue we haven't gotten to, and we're the rural panel. But I'm a rancher, and my cattle are bringing 200 to 300 a piece less than they were during the Obama administration. And that's because of horrible trade policies, among other things. And the rural community is fighting for economic survival. And Democrats are the ones trying to do something about that. This whole idea of government's bad, government is not bad. Government needs to partner with people to help themselves. And that's what Democrats understand that Republicans never had. David Langston, you know more about this than I do because you're dealing with agriculture bankruptcies on a daily basis.
Well, David, that's true. I mean, I literally have Chapter 12 bankruptcy reorganizations for family farmers, all the way from the top of the Panhandle at Tex Line down to the tip of Texas at Brownsville. And today, farmers and ranchers are receiving as much as 30% less revenue to their farming operations and ranching operations during this administration than they did the last. And it's due to one simple fact. The trade policies that have been put in place by the Trump administration have been devastating to American agriculture. And that has resulted in a lot of family farmers simply going out of business. They didn't even have the revenue to try to do a reorganization. The reality of American agriculture today is that we've got to take a new approach with regard to it. Most of our farmers and ranchers are 55 and older now. And the only way that a person can get into farming is if they inherit the equipment or inherit the land in order to go into the business. Somehow we have to provide rural loans and loans for farmers, grants for obtaining sufficient financing so that you can get into the business of farming. We need more young people in agriculture today. And that's going to take a concerted effort to give them the opportunity to get into the business. So we've got to have policies that promote that. And that's one of the things that the non-urban rural caucus is most interested in, is what are the policy initiatives that we can talk about in the rural communities that let them know that we want the farmers and the small businessmen in these local communities to be able to compete in what is now a global economy.
Well, and during the Obama administration, we had a lot of the grants for these small businesses and for our farmers and ranchers, and especially the young farmers and ranchers coming in. We wanted them to come back. But all that has been done away with this present administration. So we need to elect Democrats to bring this back and bring our young farmers and ranchers. And so, David, you won't have as many bankruptcy. But we also are dealing with suicides in our rural areas, and our farmers and our ranchers. They feel somewhat helpless, hopeless. And it's almost...
well, Betty,
go ahead.
I did my PhD dissertation on agriculture policy and the Bible's teaching on justice and stewardship, and that was 30 years ago. But farmers are by far the highest group of people for suicide per se, if I remember the statistics correctly. And the idea being, when they lose the farm or the ranch, they're letting down their entire family tree. I mean, the land I ranch, my great-grandfather came in 1879, and most of that land was bought around the turn of the century, 1900. So if I were to lose that and not be able to pass that down to my two sons, I've let down daddy, I've let down granddaddy, I've let down great-granddaddy. And that's what people are emotionally dealing with in the agriculture communities, and that's why you see suicide so prevalent, because they're letting down their entire family tree. And that's a devastating thing, because that land is not dirt. It's not just dirt. It's family. It's tradition. It's got all kinds of I walked the same land that my great-grandfather walked. And there's no way to put words into what that means to me and what that means to a lot of folks that are engaged in agriculture. because it's much deeper than just a way to make a living.
We had to let our family ranch go because we couldn't afford, my sister and I couldn't afford to keep it up. It was no water, the drought. You couldn't keep a herd of cattle on it because of the drought, and we didn't have water available. So it is tough. And I think that we need to meet the ranchers and farmers and explain to them that they are the front line. They're essential workers, and they should be treated that way. And that we have, that our Democrats should talk with them about this. And just like David and David have talked about the policies, we need to talk with them about what we would like to do that has been done before. When you flip on a light switch, as Bill Brannon would say, you know, a Democrat did that. And when you turn on the water tap, a Democrat did that. And we Democrats just look after the agriculture, the farmers and the ranchers. And that's not being done with this administration at all. Did anyone have anything that they would like to bring up or say? If there's anything that we have not covered that you would like to cover. How do you push back on the idea that real voters are monolithic? Sylvia, did you want to discuss that a little?
Well, I don't know that for us that basically applies. Again, Laredo Webb County is, of course, we're predominantly Hispanic. We have the same issue that we confront, the same issue that you confront when you're called baby killers and when you're called godless. We have a very strong, very, very strong Catholic community. And so for many of us, and the majority of us are Catholic, we face the same thing you face. I'm afraid that one day, because we've heard, it hasn't happened in Laredo, but we've heard of priests that basically tell their parishioners that if they vote Democratic, they're going to be excommunicated. It hasn't happened in Laredo, but we do have a very strong sentiment in some of our folks that basically will lash out at us, calling us everything you're called. And so, but as far as monolithic, other than that trend that you all experience too, I don't see that issue confronting Laredo Webb County.
Yes, I want to say something to that. The reality is, and this is the branding again, the Republican Party cares nothing about ending abortion. Nothing. And you can tell that every time one of them gets his mistress pregnant. He tells her to go get an abortion. They don't, it is strictly a political issue used by Republicans to get folks to vote to close their schools and close their rural hospitals on an issue they controlled all of Congress until recently. Why didn't they do something about it? They've controlled Texas since 1994, all Republicans, or 98. Why haven't they done anything about it? They don't want to do anything about it. It is strictly a political issue. And so anti-abortion people need to get beyond the political issue. And I just believe that with all my heart. And so I want to say that. I want folks to hear that. We've got to communicate that.
I also wanted to go back to the schools, the rural schools. And David Curry knows this also. As he mentioned before, it's the center of the community. But we're talking about some consolidation. And the Republicans would love for us to consolidate. Well, that kills, again, some of our communities. And some of these students would have to drive get on a bus and drive an hour to a school that's in another community that there's not the same attitudes or the same families. But it's the schools, it's the rural schools, keep our communities together. It's the bond, it's the athletics that everyone is so interested in, and the fact that the children are so close to one another. And it also keeps some of our kids out of trouble. A real community really can tell. So David's saying, yes, those of us who live in a rural community, some of your children say, how come you knew what I did before I got home, Dad? Well, it's because of the close community.
You know, one thing that Democrats are for is early childhood development. And that would be so important in our rural schools if we could get a program where we had something like Success by Six, which for many years was promoted by the National United Way, where we know that a child's brain is wired, is software is put in place between the ages of 0 and 3. That's the most important years of a child's life. And so what we need to do is have early childhood development programs, and starting in our rural communities, that's where you could really use pilot programs to do that. And then to tie into such things like communities in schools, where the community gets involved once the child gets into to reading, writing, arithmetic, and neighbors helping neighbors. That's what rural America is about. I think that our schools in rural Texas, that's the heart of Texas. That's where we all got our principles and our values. That's where our culture, our Texas culture comes from. So I'd be very encouraged if we could use our rural communities as education laboratories, where we try these new approaches to education, so that once our children get up to high school age, they can have the skills either to go into a training program for high-paying jobs out in the manufacturing or in agriculture, or if they choose, they have another route to go to college. It's those type of programs that Texas Democrats are for.
Well, I agree. And ESL is being phased out in some of our rural areas. And this hurts a lot of our communities. But Democrats are working very hard to help the rural areas. If we can just message again and talk with our neighbors about what the Democrats are doing and what they did in the past. And so many people are saying, well, I did better under a Democrat than I have under a Republican, and they still vote Republican sometimes. But we do have to have a strong message from the top to the bottom. But again, I would like to say that the messaging, I believe, is different when you message in the urban areas to the rural areas, because I don't think that some of the messaging that we're doing in the urban areas come across in the rural areas.
I'd like to share something. I don't know. Are we pretty much close to close?
Go ahead.
Yes, we're almost over.
I wanted wait 5 minutes. Well, let's see if I can do this very quickly. When I was a little girl and I got into trouble, of course, we were fully bilingual at home. My mother would say in Spanish, "Pues quién te manda?" In other words, who ordered you to get into trouble? And so I learned very early on that I was responsible for whatever happened to me. Well, if you look at my county, which is not rural, but in some ways very much like yours, where 45% of our folks was probably one of the largest turnouts that we had for the vote. At the last primary, 22%. The staggering results of our not voting, of our not getting engaged. We've got children in cages. We've got a health system that's in horrible crises. For Laredo-Webb County, the wall, which is something that most of us vehemently oppose, is going full steam ahead. Their wages, I could go on and on. You know it as well as I do. I think probably a lesson that all of us need to remember is that if we don't get involved, if we don't go out and vote, the consequences are our own, and we can definitely turn it around. And this is what I'm very much hoping is going to happen with all our communities, yours as well as mine.
On the DNC level, the people that have gotten out in their rural areas, look at Kentucky, the governor of Kentucky won because of the rural areas. And you can point out that some of these Democratic wins, it's because of the rural areas. And so we are vital. And if we do vote, and if we do raise the DPI. We can win. It's just getting our people out. And it sounds like all of you are. And thank you so much for working so hard. And this was a great panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it very much.
Hey, it's Maddie. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can. Your time, your voice, and your support. Text VOTES to 21333 to get started. And enjoy the convention.
Coming up next, we have our panel on building a sustainable economy through renewable energy and green jobs. Stay tuned.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we've got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world.
Hey, babe. What's convention mode?
I don't know. I've never seen that.
What does this button do?
Hey, y'all. I'm Cassidy.
I'm Leah.
And this is Sophie. And we met at the 2016 State Democratic Convention in San Antonio.
And then we got engaged at the 2018 State Democratic Convention in Fort Worth.
And here we are in 2020, and we're married.
And we continue to support the Texas Democratic Party because Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. This is our time.
And we also continue to support the Texas Democratic Party because they continue to support working class families like ours.
We know convention may look a little different this year, but you can still do your part.
Chip into the Texas Democratic Party by texting Texas to 21333.
And don't forget,
vote blue, y'all.
So first question is,
Ann Witchers was no BS. She told it like it is. I remember when she appointed me, she brought us into her office in the Capitol, and she had 3 appointments on the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. And she sat us down, and she comes up to us and she says, "You boys want some coffee?" And she hands us each a saucer and a cup on it where we're sitting. And I remember my cup had big red lipstick on it, so I just got a napkin. I didn't say anything, just took it off, right? And then she says, "You boys want some cookies? I baked them last night." If my memory is correct, it's probably the best oatmeal cookie I ever had in my life. So she serves each one of us an oatmeal cookie. She sits down and she starts telling us about all the problems in the Texas prison system. 75–80% of the population in the prison system was either black or Hispanic. No rehabilitation. There was no minorities, no people of color in any management positions, no wardens. It was not a very equitable system, to say the least. And she just laid that out. And then she paused and she took a look at us and she said, "It's some pretty heavy shit, boys." I mean, I had known her, but that's how we would deal with her. She was an incredible woman, just really, I think, made a big difference in this state. I ran for county judge, and I had a big fundraiser on the island. The island is part of Cameron County, South Padre Island. And she walks in. She's got a Hawaiian shirt on, and I said, "Whoa, the governor of the state of Texas is walking into my fundraiser." And I remember when she spoke, her voice broke a little bit, kind of like mine just a little while ago. But she was just saying, I've done what I thought was right, and I gave it all I had. 2 weeks later, I won and she lost. I was not at all happy because we had lost a great lady as governor. That was hard, but it was great to deal with her as a Democrat. They made sure that everybody was listened to, not just this small group of people that have a lot of money. They wanted to make sure that everybody had a seat at the table. Didn't matter whether you were grandson of Mexican immigrants from Alamo, Texas, they treated you the same.
Hi, this is Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins. We can win big this year, but we need you to help turn Texas blue. So join our movement and give what you can. Your voice, your time, and your support. Text VOTES votes to 21333 to get started and enjoy your convention.
Who are we? We are the ones who step up for each other. I've got your back. You've got mine. Kindness, humility, empathy. It's not just talk, it's who we are. It's who we always have been. And no one can take that from us. The movement to bring it back, it started here. And here. And here. In school gymnasiums, community centers, the living room down the block. You'll be where? Okay, we'll be there. Who are we? We're the movement that will beat Donald Trump. Welcome. We're going to have to sweat for it. We're going to have to sacrifice and fight. We're going to have to lead. Everyone is going to have to lead with kindness, humility, empathy, and not just talk, but action. Action today, action tomorrow. Action until we win. And we will win if we do this together. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. Now let's show them.
Hey, it's Tarek, and I wanted to quickly share why I give to the Texas Democratic Party. It's because when I turn on the news these days, I barely recognize what's going on, especially when week after week, Republicans seem intent on fighting all the wrong battles, from attacking women's rights to the right to vote, to putting the economy over the safety of its citizens. It's why it's so important that the state Democratic Party has the infrastructure to fight back and elect new leaders. I know from personal experience that in the face of crisis, the TDP staff doesn't skip a beat. Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Every dollar you give helps fuel a progressive movement up and down the ballot. Chip into the Texas Democratic Party by texting Texas to 21333. Thanks.
Hi, it's Sarah Eckhart, and we are about to turn Texas blue this year, but we can't do it without you. Your commitment is strong, so let's march on together. Sign up and give what you can. Your voice, your time, your support. Text VOTES to 21333 and let's get started. Enjoy the convention.
Coming up next, we have our panel on building a sustainable economy through renewable energy and green jobs. Stay tuned.
Hi there, everybody. My name is Ed Espinoza. I'm the Executive Director at Progress Texas, and I am here today to interview Michael Weber, who is a Centennial Professor in Energy Resources at the University of Texas at Austin. But before we get started, I'd like to discuss the green energy infrastructure in Texas today. Now, every person has the right to clean air, safe water, and a healthy environment. But by taking bold and ambitious action, we can reverse climate change while creating jobs and building a lasting clean energy future here in Texas. Building a sustainable future is central to building a more equitable future in order to create a world that is healthy and full of opportunity. Now, in order to do that, we must pivot our economic pursuits with sustainability at the forefront. So today we'll be hearing from Michael Weber. As I mentioned, he is a Centennial Professor in Energy Resources at UT Austin. Michael, thanks for joining us today.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it. It's a good opportunity to be part of the conversation.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about what it means to be a Centennial Professor at UT and what drew you to this field and what passion really, what your passion is in this energy and environmental area that you are an expert in.
It's great. So first of all, thanks for the opportunity. And I'll give a little bit on my background as a professor at the University of Texas at Austin. As a Centennial Professor in Energy Resources, that means I have the opportunity to focus my teaching and my research on energy issues, energy systems, the economics of energy, the environmental impacts, that kind of thing. So energy is the core of my scholarly work and my teaching at the University of Texas. As a professor, I also have the opportunity to do some interesting things every once in a while. For example, I can take sabbatical or take leave. And in fact, I'm technically on leave right now, and I'm based in Paris, France, where I work as the Chief Science and Technology Officer at a company called ENGIE. ENGIE is one of the world's largest energy companies. It has about $70 billion a year in revenues, about 170,000 employees in 70 countries. It is a big electric company, a gas company, and a services company, and it has a mission to decarbonize. So I look at decarbonization or sustainable energy from the professor side, teaching and research, but also from the corporate side in France with an international perspective, which is unique. I happen to be in Texas to ride out the pandemic, so I'm speaking with you from Austin, my hometown, actually in my childhood home. This is where I grew up, so I'm a native Texan, and I'll give some Texas perspective and some French perspective. I would say my interests in the environment are like everybody else's. I want clean air and clean water. I think no one doesn't. Who wants dirty air or dirty water? So I'm an environmentalist like most other people. And early in my freshman year as a student at the University of Texas, I took a class on the history of civilization. And it was in that class that I really understood that energy and water are the foundational ingredients for a modern society. We need access to energy and access to water before even shelter or food, because we use energy and water to grow our food and then to build our shelters and then transportation, everything else. So I had this realization as a freshman that energy was really critical and this interest in the environment. I eventually went off for my PhD at Stanford University, a master's and PhD in combustion engineering, burning stuff for a living, and burning stuff is at the heart of the energy system. About 85% of the world's energy comes from burning something: wood, biomass, cow dung, coal, oil, natural gas, that kind of thing. And so by learning how to burn things, I learned how to pollute, and then therefore I learned how to clean up the pollution. So I became an energy and environmental guy as my PhD program unfolded, building on those earlier interests, then went to a startup, then went to a think tank to do policy on energy and the environment, and then came back to university as a professor to work on it as well, now also wearing an industrial hat. So the interest in the environment's always been there, but now I've got this energy expertise as well.
Well, that's great, and that's a wealth of information you bring to the table. By the way, Austin or Paris, not bad places to be quarantined during a pandemic. So it looks like you've got a win-win situation there. And something else you said that I thought was really interesting is we often think of pollution, what to do about it, but reverse engineering it to think about how the pollution happens before we really think about how to fix it is an important step we don't hear that much about. So I thought that that was fascinating. Good stuff to take into the conversation today. I got a couple of questions here that I've got prepared. So if I look like I'm reading some of them, it's because I am, but I'm going to try and do my best not to lose my place and really keep the conversation going smoothly and really tap into some of that expertise you've got here today. So if you're ready, I'm happy to dive on in.
Let's go for it.
All right, good. So as the energy industries continue to move towards a green energy future, how do you ensure that green energy jobs aren't just for the wealthy, but create opportunity for all workers?
I think this is a great question. I feel like the employment or labor angle of clean energy is often missing from the conversation. We certainly don't want to go to a future where everyone's unemployed. I don't think that's desirable by anyone, yet having a cleaner future certainly is desirable. So what does this mean from a jobs perspective? I think there are a couple of things. One is there are jobs in the clean energy world. They're just different kinds of jobs. Instead of having coal miners, you might have solar panel manufacturers or solar panel installers. So there are plenty of jobs that are just different. Sometimes they're in different locations, and that's where you get the real tension, because maybe the jobs are not in Appalachia or in the same town where they used to be. They might be in West Texas. They're often rural. So green energy often has a rural economic development angle to it, especially for the development, for the building of wind farms and solar farms, that kind of thing. The factories are often not in the city center. So it often leads to job growth in rural areas, which I think is really fantastic. And I think that's the key. So there's a lot of job growth with wind and solar and batteries and smart grids and a lot of things we associate with clean energy. That's not the problem. I think the bigger problem is what happens to the people whose jobs disappear, which tends to be primarily right now coal. Although we see anytime there's oil price collapse, the oil industry has a lot of layoffs. And that's a real challenge, say, for Midland and Houston and other places. That's not new. That's a part of the history of the oil industry. And finding some way to give people other opportunities, other jobs is key. For oil and gas, which is more of a concern for us in Texas than, say, coal mining, there are a lot of skills in oil and gas that are really valuable in the clean energy world. Think of all the engineers and scientists and geologists who work at big engineering energy firms doing oil and gas production. That could be, those same skill sets could be used for geothermal energy. It could be used for carbon handling. Pipelines moving oil and gas can also move carbon dioxide. Maybe you have different materials, but the same concepts. And then also sequestration or injecting CO2 in the ground to get CO2 out of the atmosphere. That requires drilling, that requires pumps, that requires well design. It requires a lot of the same skill sets. So I can imagine a clean energy future that leverages a lot of the same skill sets as our existing energy systems, but the jobs might be a little bit different in different locations. Let's figure out an elegant transition, and that's where there's a role for policy.
An elegant transition is an elegant way to put it. You know, what I really appreciate is that so often we hear that you either have to choose between energy or the environment. And I think that what you've proposed just now about a lot of transferable skills between energy as we know it and a clean green energy is that's an important thing, is that you don't have to have one or the other. You actually can have both. And we've seen this in many industries before with things transitioned over the past. So very good point that you made. I'm going to go on to the second question I've got here, which is about the coronavirus. It's been in the news quite a bit. The coronavirus has tested our ability to respond to big challenges as a country, and many now call into question our ability to tackle big problems. How has this experience impacted your thinking on our ability as a country to respond to the climate crisis?
This is such a great question. And by the way, I tested positive for the antibody. So I had coronavirus a couple months ago, and now I feel invincible, which is kind of a weird situation to be in, but it's a sign that it's been circulating in the economy and society for a while. I think it is a test of our ability to do a complex system, because pandemics are complex, as is the energy system, as is the healthcare system, and national security is complex. These are all complex systems. It requires many people to collaborate at many levels. In the pandemic right now is showing a lack of cooperation. So we see the federal government is not saying the same thing in DC as it is at other federal agencies, for example, at the CDC in Atlanta. State governments are saying something different than federal governments. Local governments are saying something different than state governments. In fact, the state of Texas is suing the city of Austin basically to get it to change its municipal codes in terms of stay-home orders, that kind of thing. And this tension shows up where it becomes confusing that we don't know what to do. The signals aren't clear. What's my role? What's the societal role? And that's the challenge of the pandemic. In many ways, the pandemic feels like a compressed or accelerated version of climate change, which is that if we do nothing, it's really expensive and difficult. But if we do something, it requires resources and collaboration. And that's the way it is a pandemic. And if we do nothing with the pandemic, it's really deadly. If we do nothing with climate change, it's really deadly also. So we have to take action. In collaborative action, coordinated action is key. We have to have local, state, federal governments engaging, and you have to have international collaboration. It's not enough for one country to deal with climate change. It's not enough for one country to deal with the pandemic. So I think there are a lot of analogs, lessons learned we can see. We're watching the system struggle, and that's the same thing that's happened with climate change, but spread out over decades as opposed to weeks or months. And so I hope it's a heads up for us that collaboration's better than the antagonism we have going on right now. So I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
You also highlighted this key point with the environment. It's not a choice that we have to make. And people say, do you care about the economy or the environment? And the answer is both. The same thing with the pandemic. Do you care about public health or do you care about the economy? The answer is both. And the way you get the economy going again is to create more trust in public health. And if we have more trust that the health systems are strong, then we can get the economy going again. The same is true with the environment. And by the way, Pritesh Gandhi is a good friend of mine. He's running in the primary right now in Texas for Congress. And that's his concept. I was like, hey, we don't have to choose between public health and the economy. And I was like, well, we don't have to choose between the environment and the economy. So there are multiple people who have these thoughts at the same time. And so we need to get away from these false choices and away from antagonism towards collaboration. And then we can see a pathway forward. There's a few other things that happened from the pandemic. Because of the pandemic, we've changed our energy habits all of a sudden. And that has changed air quality. That has changed how much we're spending on energy. That has changed water quality. Some of it's good news. The air and water are cleaner. Some of it's good news. We're saving money as consumers. Some of it's bad news. It's been a gut punch to the energy industry. The energy industry is not making as much money, and that will lead to layoffs and slow down in capital investments and that kind of thing. So we got to figure out a way to get the clean air and clean water and the reduced bills for us as consumers without decimating an industry that's really important to the state of Texas. That's the struggle. I think there's a way there if we focus on efficiency in the long run, so that as we get things going again, we still work from home or do things efficiently to reduce our bills, while also producing efficiently and cleanly. And if we have extra energy, we can sell it or export to others. So let's keep that side going, but as an export market rather than a domestic consumption market in Texas.
Now, going back to something you mentioned a minute ago about the importance of collaboration and people working, being on the same page and working together, there is evidence to that, and it may be anecdotal evidence. We see how clean the air quality is right now and the water quality, and we see stories from, I can't remember if it was Italy or Greece, where the swans came back to the canals, and that we can realize a clean energy future if we all take measures together. Now, they don't have to be as drastic as a pandemic, hopefully down the line, but the point is that the result of our collective actions right now have made an immediate and visible impact on the environment. Do you think something like that could happen with energy as well?
I think it can happen. I think there's a good point. Like the swans are back to the canals in Venice, right? The air is clear in Austin. The downtown skyline view is much crisper than it's been in decades. And I was here as a kid, so I remember how crisp it used to be. It's like it was. It's really exciting in some ways, which is, wow, we can do this. And then the question becomes, well, how do we get the clean air and clean water without devastating the economy, right? So what we're experiencing right now comes with tens of millions of people unemployed and all these other problems. So let's do it through an employment mechanism instead of getting clean air and clean water through devastating economic effects. Let's get there through investment in clean energy infrastructure, which might be high voltage DC transmission lines to windy and sunny parts of Texas to enable new construction, new development, cleaner sources, a lot of money that will go to the rural areas from the economic development, increase tax bases, increase salaries for the workers, that kind of thing. Let's invest in a cleaner future now that we've seen what it's like and can remind ourselves how nice that is to have. That should give us some motivation to keep it going. And we don't have to snap back to where we were. We don't have to go back to the same dirty smokestacks or dirty tailpipes. Let's go to cleaner tailpipes and cleaner smokestacks, or maybe no tailpipes, no smokestacks at all. Come up with some alternatives. At the same time, this economic devastation gives us an opportunity because it invites government action for stimulus and investment. And that investment shouldn't go to old, outdated, inefficient, dirty stuff. It should go to newer, cleaner, more efficient, better stuff. Things that are more. So let's do that. And I think in the 1930s, when times were tough, we invested a lot of money into renewable energy to employ people, to build the dams, the transmission lines, to move the power to markets, to improve the quality of life for people. Let's do it again. That blueprint works. It exists. It happened really 86 years ago, and we can do it again to invest renewables, but maybe it's not hydroelectric this time. Maybe it's wind, solar, geothermal, or something else. So we have the blueprint. I'd like to see us use the economic downturn as an opportunity for this investment, but let's keep the clean air and water.
And I think one of those projects that you're referring to from 80 some odd years ago was the Hoover Dam, which was a big hydroelectricity works progress administration initiative that has been a key energy producer for the West. I know that we've got some others similar to that here in Texas, in the middle of the country. Really important point you made. I also want to go back to something you mentioned about how important the clean energy can be for rural communities. Now, that's something that we don't hear about too often, but I think a really important point to make, because I don't know how often those opportunities come to rural communities. And when you look at the rising price of real estate in urban areas and even in suburban areas, you know, not only is this good for rural communities to bring this work out there, but it may be able to attract sectors of growth that otherwise wouldn't draw people out.
I think one of the big complaints about globalization, it's led to economic growth, it's led to market efficiencies, it's done many great things, but it left a lot of communities behind. That's the feeling. That big cities like Chicago feel more connected to London and Paris than they do to the small cities in Illinois. The same thing can be said about Houston's more connected to other major cities in other parts of the world rather than small towns in Texas. So globalization created a global class of large metro areas, large urban areas that are connected, but the smaller rural areas didn't get that connection. Their small businesses were devastated by larger businesses, or their people left the towns to get jobs in other locations, and that's the result of globalization. I'm not sure how much of that's actually true, but certainly that's the sentiment. And so if we can think of a way to make sure that rural areas have a chance to be part of this prosperous story, just like the urban areas, that would be great. And the pandemic might cause some of that. There might be people who want to leave the cities, because cities are where you have a lot of population density. So maybe there'll be a movement back to rural areas to get away from the other people who might be carrying a disease. But at the same time, the rural areas won't really be vibrant unless there are jobs there. Now, maybe some of us can telework from there, but we need other jobs. And that's where clean energy really comes in handy, because the cleaner energy resources tend to be in those rural areas. The downside of wind and solar is they need so much more area to work. A fossil fuel is very dense. You get a lot of energy from a little amount of area, a little amount of volume. That's the benefit of oil, gas, and coal. The disbenefit of wind and solar is you need a lot more area. Or is that a benefit? Because that area is going to be in rural locations, which means you'll have more jobs, more value, landowners will make royalties, the tax base goes up, and you can use that money to pay for more city services and better schools and that kind of thing. So I say let's harness
once again,
that. Let's get it going.
Yeah, once again, all interconnected, as you mentioned before.
Right, exactly.
All right, only two questions left here. One of them is about natural disasters. You know, you talked a lot about planning and how we can actually get to a clean energy future with the right investment and the right planning. But there are also those things that it's harder to plan for. American lives are increasingly ravaged by hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes, wildfires. Many Texans have lost everything because of climate chaos. Obviously, Hurricane Harvey hit us very hard here 3 years ago. As global temperatures rise, farmers are facing unique and unexpected challenges. And erratic and extreme weather means farmers are unable to grow the crops that have been there on their farms for generations. So having said all that, what steps can we take as a state to address the climate crisis here when it comes to these natural disasters and these really planning for the unexpected?
I think that's a great question. And I think that when we talk about solutions to sustainable energy or climate change, it sounds expensive. In the United States, it might mean trillions of dollars need to be invested over 1 or 2 decades. So maybe that's like $100 billion a year for 20 years or something. This sounds like a lot of money. But then you take one event. Hurricane Harvey did over $100 billion of damage, $130 billion damage from one event. One drought in Texas in 2011 killed 300 million trees. 300 million trees. What's a tree worth? $10? $100? If you bought a tree at Home Depot, you probably pay more than that. And so you can think of the dead trees now. We've lost $3 to $30 billion of ecosystem value from the dead trees from one drought. You can think of these events like Hurricane Sandy in New York that did $30, $40 billion of damage. So these single events are very damaging. And we often complain about the cost of taking action, forgetting that the cost of inaction, the cost of doing nothing, is also very steep. And it means not just homes lost and lives lost, but disrupted assets and disrupted ways of life. So let's plan for it, prepare for it. Are we really going to build highways the way we always have? Well, those soils might shift differently as you have floods and droughts and that kind of thing. The wildfires in California killed people and did many billions of dollars of damage and caused a huge company to go bankrupt. We have to plan for this. We have to build it into our policies, and it's the smart thing to do. When we're doing our finances, we don't put all our money into one thing and just hope the market goes up forever, because sometimes the market comes down. We have to plan for financial risk. We need to do the same thing with our energy and climate systems. Let's plan for the negative possibility and try to avoid it.
There's an old saying in Washington, a billion here and a billion there, and pretty soon you're talking about some real money. So I think this, the old saying applies here too, is that if you're talking about real money and amounts of billions, the best way to deal with it is to plan for it, even if it is planning for the unexpected. It's a point well taken.
Those billions, where do they come from? They come from us. Where do they go to? They go to us, right? We're just investing in each other, because it might be our neighbor who gets that job, or it might be a community that we care about that gets the economic development. So it's not just loss, it's circulating the money in a different way, but to create a long-lasting benefit.
And in the words of Paul Wellstone, when we all do better when we all do better. Last point I have here is, in your book, Thirst for Power, Energy, Water, and Human Survival, you talk about the connection between energy and water. How does building the sustainable energy future work hand in hand with ensuring available water for all Texans?
I think the water question is really important, and a surprise that many people have is how much water we use for the energy system and how much energy we use for the water system. So we use water to grow biofuels, to do coal mining. We use water for hydraulic fracturing, for producing oil and gas, for leaching minerals, for uranium. We use water to move coal along barges in different places. We use water to move oil by ships across oceans. We use water to cool power plants. We use water all sorts of places up and down the energy supply chain. And this means if water is not available when we need it and how we need it with the right quality and the right quantity, then the energy system is vulnerable. We already have power plants in Texas that have had to turn off or turn down because the cooling water was too hot or not available. We've had power plants that had to turn off because of floods. We've had power plants turn off because of frozen water from freezes. So we've had all sorts of problems with water. And the way to build a more resilient system is to anticipate that the water system will go through more of these extremes, of more heat waves, more droughts, more floods, more freezes. Build a system that doesn't depend on it, so it's resilient. And a lot of these cleaner options we're talking about, wind and solar in particular, come to mind. They don't need water cooling. They don't need much water for cleaning. They use some water in the manufacturing of the wind blades or the solar panels, so there's some water use there, but a lot less over the life cycle than, say, an old school 1970s coal-fired power plant. And so if you go from the older coal plant to the newer wind farm or solar farm, you avoid a lot of carbon dioxide emissions. You also avoid a lot of water use. In a place like Texas, we can put that water to use. We can make crops with it. We can make lakes for recreation. We can use it to do all sorts of things that are really valuable. And so it'd be nice to have more water available for economic benefits of more people and also avoid the CO2.
Well, between Hurricane Harvey and the droughts prior to that, we know that the water access here has been really up and down over the years. I think to diversify that dependence, like we talked about diversifying in other ways previously in this conversation, would probably be a good thing for us here in Texas as well. That is most of the questions I have. I have a few concluding remarks, and Michael, I'd be welcome to invite you to offer any as well. But as we wrap this up, I want to say that an inclusive green economy supported by business, labor, government, and social justice advocates, as well as youth and environmentalists, of course, can address the climate crisis while creating good-paying, family-sustaining jobs. In the process, no Texan will be left out or left behind as we rapidly build a clean energy economy. No matter what you call it, no matter how it looks, we can get there. We just have to be open to it. Michael, is there anything you'd like to add before we wrap up here?
I'd say Texas is unique. We're one of the world's largest carbon dioxide emitters. We're like the 6th largest carbon emitter in the world, up there with Canada and Germany. We're also one of the largest wind powers in the world, up there with some similar sized countries. So we operate in Texas at a global scale. When we decided to do wind, we do it at a large scale. We're now doing it with solar. We did it with oil and gas. We're like the #2 or #3 natural gas producer in the world, the #4 oil refiner in the world. So we operate a large scale. and we can do this. And I would say that for the last 100 years where carbon didn't matter, we got rich. But for the next 100 years where carbon does matter, we'll get rich again because we have a lot of cheap, flat, sunny, windy land with the infrastructure to move it to market. So there's a good opportunity for us to make money from our land again, but in a cleaner way.
Excellent. Well, Michael, thank you for joining us. If you care about the environment, you care about clean energy, you should also care about the Texas Railroad Commission. It has nothing to do with railroads and everything to do with energy. That's a whole other topic, but it's something you should keep at the top of your mind. But together, we'll defeat Republicans in their attempt to lie to the American people, and we will build an economy that's both lucrative and safeguards the future for our planet. Michael, thank you once again, and thank you everybody else for tuning in.
Coming up next, we have our panel on building an equitable future through education. Stay tuned. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
Hey there, Texas Democrats, it's Nisha. We can win big this year. We can turn Texas blue, but we can't do it without your support. Sign up today to join our movement. Give what you can, your time, your voice, your support. All you need to do is text VOTES to 21333 to get started. Enjoy the convention.
As Democrats, what are we fighting for? For the workers, for the dreamers and asylum seekers, for the mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters, for those with disabilities, for seniors, for healthcare, for the planet, for our bodies, for equality, for love, for education, for safer schools, neighborhoods, and communities, for a secure retirement, for opportunity, for a fair wage, for veterans and Gold Star families, for the forgotten, for our values, for truth, for progress, for our democracy, for our country, for our future. We are the party of the people. We are Democrats.
Coming up next, we have our panel on building an equitable future through education. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining today's panel. I know I can speak for everyone at the Texas Democratic Party in saying that I hope you and your families are healthy and well during this trying time. Today, we're having a discussion about how we build an equitable future for all Texans through education. I probably won't be the first to tell you, and I hopefully won't be the last to tell you, that education is one of, if not the most important issues facing Texas. We Texas Democrats believe that everyone has a fundamental right to a high-quality public education, that every child should have the opportunity to succeed, and that every young person should be able to go to college without going bankrupt. Education is the foundation of our worldviews, and it should allow each and every one of us a fair shot at the American dream. But today, we know that it's not a fair shot at all. The Texas GOP has cut billions in state funding to education, and Republican-controlled school boards have cut local funding so they can reduce taxes for their rich, property-owning donors. Texas Democrats cannot and will not allow anti-education Republican legislators and officials to pick the winners and the losers before the race has even begun. We know that investing in education strengthens our economy and allows our communities and citizens to thrive. But we also know that it's simply the right thing to do. That's why Texas Democrats are fighting for a future that is prosperous and full of opportunity for everyone. Let me introduce to you to today's incredible panelists. First, we have Dr. Carla Braley, who's the vice chair of the Texas Democratic Party, professor of sociology at Texas Southern University. She's an educational consultant, a member of the DNC, a former candidate for Houston City Council, a political advocate, and a fantastic friend, mentor, and mother. Dr. Carla Braley, it's fantastic to have you on. Next is Dr. Michael Sorrell, who's the president of Paul Quinn College and is one of the most decorated college presidents in America. I was reading through his accolades, and it would take more time than we have just to name them all. But briefly, he's a three-time recipient of the prestigious HBCU Male President of the Year Award and many, many more. He was recently named Higher Education Presidents of the Year Award by Education Drive. Dr. Sorrell, fantastic to have you.
No, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Next is Senator Beverly Powell, who's a lifelong champion of Texas children and public education. Senator Powell turned a Texas Senate seat from red to blue in 2018 and is a member of the Texas Senate Education and Higher Education Committees. She's a former Burleson School Board member where she served as president from 2011 to 2013. And she helped pass the most comprehensive education reform in our state's history last legislative session. Senator Powell, it's fantastic to have you.
Michael, thank you so much for the lovely introduction, and thank you for having me on the panel today.
Thank you. And next, last but not least, is Representative Dr. Alma Allen, who is a Texas State Representative, a former member of the State Board of Education, and throughout her career in public service, she's demonstrated her commitment to Texas schools, as well as the city of Houston. Dr. Allen, it is fantastic and an honor to have you on as well.
Thank you very much.
So let's jump right into the questions. My first question is to Vice Chair Braley. During the coronavirus, in a time where everything is shifting online, how do we ensure that education is equitable and accessible for Texans?
Well, I think, thank you for the question. And again, thanks for having me be a part of this panel of such a a topic that is very important, not just for students, but parents, our workforce. So I think that this is very timely. I think first off, we have to acknowledge that this situation it has a historical context. As a matter of fact, I believe May 17th may be the 66th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education. And I wanted to say that because that's very important, understanding that for us to talk about where do we go from here is to acknowledge where we're coming from and how this connects in terms of inequity and lack of access to not only students of color, but students that are oftentimes not in the same socioeconomic status that allows them to have access to resources that some other school districts may have, or students in general. So I think it's very important. So I think first we have to acknowledge that this issue did not start today, the issue of inequity. And I think that we have to study those things and understand too that in terms of even dealing with online education, understanding the inequality embedded in that we have a major digital divide, and not only our country, but around the world. So, the question we start, we can't assume that number one, everyone has access. And I think just recently I read that about 1 out of 5 students are at home without an access to a computer. That's very large. And then some students who have access to a computer may not necessarily have access to technologically support the issues that come, as we know, just working out a lot of the things that we're doing now and talking through these issues. So I think, in order to really deal with inequity, accessibility, we're going to have partnerships. We're going to have to be able to collaborate to ensure that these resources across the board take in consideration even students who may, not necessarily be in a traditional home. They may be in foster care. What do we do with students who may have learning disabilities? How do we address that? And so those are things that I think we have to start off by really addressing in order to move forward. And I'll end with this, and understanding that our education must be able to prepare people, students, for the workforce. If we don't give and do what we need to do to not only educate, empower, and enrich our students, then that's going to impact our labor force. And that says a lot. So vocational learning and understanding how then that connects to what higher ed will need.
I couldn't say it better myself. I think you're absolutely right about the digital divide. Dr. Sorrell, same question for you, but with a focus on your college. How has the shift to online affected equity and accessibility for your students?
Well, thank you for the question, Michael, and it's a pleasure to be here today. We did not wait until now to address the issues of inequity, right? 80 to 85% of our students are Pell Grant students. So their fundamental life experience is one of scarcity. So we have to address that issue at each step along the way. So for us, we're also the first urban work college in America. So you come to Paul Quinn and you get a job, right? Our students work on and off campus. So we had to develop an instructional model which allowed us to have flexibility. And the only way to really achieve that is by incorporating online learning into the equation. So our courses were all hybrid prior to the coronavirus. So our students would go to school, one of their class periods would be online, and one of their class periods would be in person. So when it came time for us to send all of our students home, we were able to shift our format. And let me be clear, even if you are already delivering the subject matter 50% online, it's still a lot of work to get that other 50% online. So we shifted that, which allowed us to do that. We were able to say to all of our students, anyone who needs a computer, tell us, and we arranged for any student that didn't have access to a laptop or a computer to have one. Now our next quest is ensuring that all of our students have hotspots, because many of them are in places where they don't have access to Wi-Fi. And it's going to be a whole lot easier for us to build in a hotspot for the students, then to go through what we're going to have to go through with local elected officials. No offense to any local elected officials on the panel, but to be able to say, here's a hotspot. You use the Wi-Fi hotspot, rather than going through all the steps we'd have to go through to get cities to make those available. We just thought that why not control what we can control? So what we work very, very hard in doing is to not having our students be defined by what they do not have, right? Instead, we have said there's so much that you do have. What we see that you do not have, we will step in the gap and address that issue. And that's how we've managed to do it during this period.
Thank you. And I think the perspective of an administrator, who's actually in the thick of it right now is so vital and it's so important. Senator Powell, this next question is for you because of your experience, and Dr. Allen, actually, because of your experiences as a school board trustee, as a member of the State Board of Education, Dr. Allen, and as now a legislator. So Senator Powell, even with the best efforts of parents to educate their kids at home, we're going to have a whole generation of kids playing some measure of catch up in the next school year. How do we ensure our kids are on track? And what should state and local entities be doing, like school boards and the state of Texas, be doing to help students and parents in that effort?
Well, many of my Democratic friends who are watching this panel today will recall that I'm a very strong advocate for local control. And to me, what that means is that we need to work with our local leaders. We need to work with our school districts and with our city leaders to know what's happening in our own communities and to be able to respond to that in ways that are really meaningful for our instruction for our children. For our office, I'm in constant contact with every single superintendent throughout my district. And I'm on work groups with my Senate colleagues who are also in contact with the people that are in their districts to try to understand the whole collection of issues that our school districts are going to be up against. And, one of the things I believe that means is that we have to understand and identify our students who may be falling behind. Lots of our children, as has been stated by my colleagues on this panel, don't have adequate and reliable access to the internet. Many of them have not completed their coursework and they're falling behind. And there are some students who teachers and administrators have lost contact with since the COVID crisis began in mid-March. And what that means is that we're going to have a collection of different issues that we have to contend with when we return, when our children return to school. I think that what that means is that we're going to have to take any number of approaches to catching our children up. It means that teachers throughout the summer, teachers and school counselors are going to be making multiple contacts with children so that they can kind of understand where they are in their coursework. They're going to be talking with their parents to try to better understand how we support kids. And when I say that we're going to have more contact points with our counselors, imagine the stresses that our children are going to be under moving forward. We have children that are going to have experienced family members who have either been ill or been lost throughout this pandemic. We're going to have children who didn't have adequate food resources during the pandemic. And so we know that children are not going to just return with academic issues. They're going to return on the heels of social and emotional difficulties throughout not just the pandemic, but the summer period as well. So we know we're going to have multiple touches with those children. They're going to have touches with counselors. And then we are going to have to determine what kind of summer instruction our kids are going to get in order to catch up. Now, I can't end my remarks without being just a little bit political about this issue, because electing pro-public education, anti-voucher Democrats will give us a better shot when we return to the legislature next year at passing the proactive measures that are so important for our children's futures, that are so important for all of society and for our culture to thrive. So I think we need those pro-education Democrats, and when I say that, I mean a culture of pro-education, whether it is from pre-K through 12 instruction on through higher education and postgraduate work. We also need candidates who are focused on that local control piece. And I always say this because I think it's really important to understand that what works well in Fort Worth, Texas, maybe doesn't work so well in Fort Stockton. And what works well in Arlington, Texas, in my district, isn't the same thing that will work well in Amarillo.
I couldn't say it better myself. And people who are watching right now, they want to support electing more Texas Democrats. They can text Texas, TEXAS, to 21333. And I guess this is a great segue to talking to Representative Dr. Allen. You know, when we have the majority in the Texas House next legislative session, what should we be doing? What is your number one goal going forward regarding education and perhaps regarding coronavirus education?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My number one goal, it will be the goal that I've had ever since I've been in the legislature, and I've been there now for 15 years. And looking back, and prior to that, I served on the State Board of Education, and we were looking at these issues even then, looking at technology and putting computers in the homes and in the schools at that point. So I'm excited about the potential, the opportunity that this pandemic will give us to bring education into the 21st century. That we will learn that there are other ways to do things. And we will also learn as legislators and advocates for education is that we need to put funding into education. Before we got House Bill 3, the state of Texas had put no new money into education since 2001. And after that, 80,000 new children come into the state of Texas every year, but we had no new funding. So over a 2-year period, that's 160,000 children with no new funding. And I think I will be pushing for funding, particularly funding for technology and staff development. We need to educate our teachers and have our teachers up on the education for teaching with technology. I think a lot of good things are going to come out of this. People will learn an appreciation for teachers and education and the job that they do, how much work goes into teaching, and maybe at this point, we will pay our teachers a decent salary for teaching. They will fully realize that this is a very, very difficult job. We will also learn that there are other mediums for teaching besides a textbook. And besides, we have technology, not only the computer. Almost every kid has a phone in his hand now, so almost every kid. But we have FaceTime. We can have TV. We can have webinars. There are a lot of things to carry. And we worry sometimes about the cost of textbooks. The textbook companies now have a way of putting the whole curriculum on a disc, one little disc, which does not cost $145 for a history textbook or so. You don't have to pay that. It will eliminate the high cost of textbooks. Those are the kinds of things that we will be fighting for. Money for funding, money for technology, money for staff development, money for equipment into the schools. And not only that, but training our parents. We need to educate our parents for those who don't have the ability to educate their children. Thank you.
Absolutely. And as a school board member myself, that is music to my ears. More money and more local control, Senator Powell. So this next question, thank you so much, Representative Allen. This next question is for Dr. Sorrell. Because of your experience with Paul Quinn College and the jobs that you're churning out, these incredible workers, The pace of automation looks to be accelerating in the era of coronavirus and beyond. How do we educate the next generation of youth for an uncertain economic future? And how can we achieve greater equity in that future?
No, listen, whether people like it or not, automation is coming, right? And so the question we have to ask ourselves is, how will we engage and how will we protect people? And the only way that you can protect people and the only way you can really engage is to immerse them in it. So there are two things that we're doing at Paul Quinn College to really allow ourselves to address this issue. Number one, we created a program called PQCX, and it is our take on completely revamping adult education by creating more on-ramps and off-ramps to four-year institutions. It is an acknowledgement, a very explicit acknowledgement, that everyone isn't going to experience education the same way. Liberal arts colleges, and I am a product of a liberal arts college, like to say to people, we're creating people to be lifelong learners. But we're creating people to be lifelong earners. And so what that means is PQCX is short-term, inexpensive credentialing courses. You can take a 3-month course or you can take a 6-month course. We hold down the cost so that there doesn't have to be any student loans, and people can come in and they can take everything from, at the easy end is Microsoft Office certified, right? All the way up to coding and to cybersecurity and things like that. So you can pick these courses up and you can, while you're either working or while you're, just doing whatever else you're doing, you can pick up these credentials, which allow you then to access another economic opportunity. What we do for our students is we've now implemented a format which requires students to take 1 to 2 certificate courses a year, which pick up another set of credentials. So at Paul Quinn, by the time you graduate, and by the way, we don't charge $70,000 a year to go to school. We charge $16,000 a year. And what we're going to do in the fall is we're going to cut our fees by $4,000. So it will only cost $12,000 to go to Paul Quinn in the fall. And you get 3 types of education now at Paul Quinn. You get your subject matter expertise, which is whatever you decided to major in. You get experiential learning because we're a work program, because you're doing 4 years or 5 years or 6 years or 2 years, however long you're with us, of internships, that's your experiential learning. Then you pick up, again, depending on how long you're with us, let's say you're with us for 4 years, you would pick up 4 to 8 credentials. So now you have the ability to compete on any platform in any way and not have mortgaged your entire future. And by the way, what we're talking about with student loans, with schools that wind up having students be $50,000 in debt or more, is that is generational debt across the families, right? So they're parent plus loans. So you got your parents going into debt for your education. Sometimes you have your grandparents going into debt for the education, the students in debt for the education. So 3 generations of family members are in debt for 1 degree. That just seems absurd to me. So our program allows you to avoid that and to be competitive in this new economy.
Thank you, and I think you hit the nail on the head so many times there. We're going to take a very quick break. Thank you, everyone, for being with us. Stick around, and we'll be right back.
God, you make me choke up when I have to say stuff. Manny Garcia, Executive Director of the Texas Democratic Party. There was a special moment in 2014 that we all know when Wendy Davis laid a filibuster in the Texas Senate, and when Leticia Van de Putte sparked I'm going to stop. Don't use that. Okay, so when a filibuster was heard around the world, and when these two amazing people, Wendy Davis and Leticia Van de Putte, stepped up to run for statewide office and just sparked this energy everywhere, and people got involved and people got excited. There was new volunteers and new energy, and the state party grew, and the lieutenant governor campaign, Leticia had raised more money than recent candidates in recent history, but still was way outspent. So we decided, let's scrap up the little bit of money that we have and make a bus tour happen. It turns out when you make a bus, a lot of TV cameras show up, and you start getting attention. And it was this moment for a couple weeks where the whole team just jumped in, got to see all these people in all these corners of the state, and so the bus means a lot. You know, I ask this question of every candidate and every person that comes and works at the Democratic Party. It's about those big, bold visions, and it's about the grit and the willingness to fight like hell and then to get something done. I think the kinds of candidates, the kind of people that we have working here, the kind of operatives, the kind of staff, the kind of campaigns that are being pulled together, they know that this is a fight for our lives, and this is a fight to save democracy. They're going to give it everything they got. It's amazing to see that at this moment in time where our country is in peril, that it's Texas Democrats that are going to band together and really save the world. It's our folks that are going to make the difference and stop Donald Trump and make change all the way from your neighborhood to the State House to the White House.
Hey y'all, it's State Representative John Busey. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can. Your time, your voice, and your support. Text VOTES, VOTES, to 21333 to get started. I hope you enjoy your convention.
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
Welcome back, everybody. I wanted to turn directly to Senator Powell for this next question, more about higher education opportunities online. So as higher education opportunities go online, we've seen costs for some students going down. However, textbooks are still hundreds of dollars. How do we expand open source knowledge and ensure students can learn without the exorbitant costs? How can we make sure every Texas student has access to a high quality education? What should the Senate be doing in this situation?
Well, you know, I was thinking when Dr. Sorrell was talking about my grandson, and when he was just about to go into first grade, I would ask him a question and he would say to me, well, let's search it up. And so he started his education understanding how to look for information on the internet. And that is to say that this generation of learner already has a different philosophy about how to get the information that they need to survive in the world of education and in the world of work. I think that we are going to have to be sure that students who start their post-secondary education have a real path to completion through making sure that we get students advised earlier, and that we use really effective techniques for advising students that prepare them with dual enrollment classes that get them into the programming that they need, that carries them on through a community college experience or an experience like Paul Quinn College, and that we get them through their 4-year degree in ways that don't break the bank. And I think by nature, that includes the use of open source knowledge, that for low-income students, for first-generation college students, our minority students are being underserved by our current system, where we have $200 textbooks and instructional costs that break the bank. For instance, one of the things that I've been involved in for many, many years, it's well over a decade now, is providing scholarships to make sure that kids understand when they head into kindergarten class that college is a possibility for them. And this scholarship foundation that we've put together in Burleson, where I live and where I served on the school board, is a partnership between the city, the school district, the business leaders in our community, and Hill College, which is a community college for our district. And we are able to scholarship over 140 students every year to go to college. So over a decade, we've ensured that 1,500 students have known from the day that they entered elementary school until they completed their degree at Hill College, that they had the opportunity for a college degree, changing expectations every single day along the way. A part of that is the boom that we've seen in dual enrollment and making sure that we can get kids into coursework earlier that prepares them for college. It teaches kids the promise of being able to complete a degree in record time, to be able to get out into the world of work with skills that will allow them to provide for their families in ways that maybe earlier generations of their family never understood. And our open source knowledge is a part of that, making sure that that education becomes affordable. Now, I also want to make this comment that we can't say that we can do that universally until we can ensure that every single student has access to the internet. One of the things that we're talking about right now in our education work group in the Senate is how we make sure that we look at providing internet service for our students, just like we look at providing air and water for them. Because in this technological world that we live in today, until there is universal access to the internet, our students will not have an equal platform from which to learn.
And that is especially true for students in low income and rural communities. And your leadership on that has been really admirable, and we appreciate you being in the Senate. Vice Chair Braley, I guess this question for you is more specific because you're a professor of sociology, it's a humanities course. How is that being affected by this virus and by the automation of education, and what does the future look like there?
Well, we know that the future looks like it's gonna push us far beyond brick and mortar that we've known to be traditional learning. With that, we know, and many have stated this today, that is going to, number one, almost force us to acknowledge that everyone should have access to education across the board. One, I think more so than ever, we need to have strong partnerships with our primary, secondary, and primary institutions so that we can ensure that students are better prepared when they both get to a 2-year or a 4-year institution, so that they will have those skills and exposure. When we talk about the sense of hybrid, of more online education, that allows not only that costs can go down, but we can probably build programs that have shared curriculum that some of the students can acquire college credit while being in high school. We know that that is happening now. That's one of the things that will be very, very helpful in keeping costs down, so that when students do go out, for those who will be able to have access to higher ed that way, will not come out with the amount of student debt that they're coming out with. That's going to be very, very essential, even in terms of rebuilding our economy, and also ensuring that students are exposed to online earlier than before higher education, so that they're familiar with the use of technology. That's going to be very essential. So I think that we're going to require advising and training of both teachers, faculty members, of even pushing us to do more than how we've traditionally used traditional books in a classroom. We have to be able to find various ways to not only cut down costs, but to pull that energy and exposure that students have to all these various competing factors that I didn't even have 20 years ago. For me, going to school, you went to school, maybe you did a party here and there, but I mean, with reality, I mean, there's so many competing factors that students, have before them. So not just having to actually work and be a student, but also, just things that can pull their attention. And so it requires us to do a little bit more, but I think more so to have those strong partnerships that are building pipelines to better prepare us, because at the end of the day, this is going to be very essential for the workforce we're going to need in the 21st century to not only survive, but to thrive, and to ensure that that not only a segment of people, particular students of color, people of color, are confined or restricted to certain industries, and so that they have better choices too that are made. But I think it's going to deal with exposure. It's going to require different training for faculty members to acknowledge, if we're having access, more access to students coming to schools, we have to acknowledge how we really are performing that inclusivity to ensure that we're setting these students up for success. And so the experiential model that Soros president talked about earlier, I think is phenomenal. I think that is essential for us to continue to move forward, where they're also ready to have the experience, their own experience, and their experience from the curriculum, as well as from apprenticeships, that they can move on to build that workforce that we need.
I think you're absolutely right that Paul Quinn is showing what the future of education is going to look like in the next couple of years. And that's actually a great segue into my question for Representative Allen. With the student debt crisis in the United States being an incredibly and very hotly debated topic, not just between our party and the Republicans, but within our party, what can we do to ensure our students can earn a degree without taking on enormous debt?
That's a good question. It's a question that has come to the fore in the last few decades. When I went to college, that was not the case. We didn't have that kind of debt. I didn't come out of college with debt. My children didn't come out of college with debt. Now we're in debt. I think the legislature has to do its due diligence in terms of helping colleges and universities lower the cost of tuition. I think colleges and universities need more monies from the state. We need to adequately fund state and particularly state colleges like our Texas Southern University and Prairie View A&M, and particularly those colleges that don't have the means to build a treasure of funds to have big football teams, and we don't have the number of students going there, and so it's very expensive to go to college. What I do also think is that the kids coming into school, into college now, many more of them will have the ability to use technology. So with colleges and universities taking on the online courses, they're taking on the TV courses, they're taking on all the other means of getting students to a degree without the cost of an education being so high. I think we need to bring it down. I think as legislators, and particularly even at the federal level and at the state level, we need to think seriously about going towards free education through college, and think seriously about bringing down the cost of education. So with that in mind, I think there is something for everybody to do, particularly in the way of educators to bring down the costs. And that's something we can start doing at the legislature. And we got to remember when it peaked, when it became a problem for kids to go to college. So it's something for all of us to do in terms of lowering the cost of education for students.
Thank you. And Senator Powell, I ask you the same question because it is such an important issue. What is how do we ensure that these students aren't graduating with so much debt? And I know that you're on the panel of the Committee on Higher Education. What are the discussions in the Senate like, and what do you think needs to be done there?
Well, I think that we are clearly having the important conversations that we need to have with regard to the cost of education. And part of that is making sure that kids understand what their dual enrollment opportunities are. Many kids can go to college now and have the benefit of having a year's worth of instruction and semester hours under their belt when and often even with our early college high schools, students are leaving high school with an associate's degree, so that they are only 2 years away from making sure that they can accomplish that 4-year degree without a mountain of debt. I think that it's important for students to know that they need to plan for their college degree early on. They need to start to look at the coursework that's available to them while they're still in high school. And that means that it's incumbent on us as legislators to allocate resources for the right kinds of college and career counseling for students, to get that early on, to have that piece of understanding what's available to them at the high school level, what's available to them at the community college level, and then what is available to them down the road. I think that it's important to note here that in the last legislative session that we passed a piece of legislation to make certain that that dual enrollment hours were transferable, and that we had matriculation agreements from dual enrollment to community college and on to 4-year institutions to make that piece seamless. As a college trustee, year after year after year, I've attended graduations in which I watched first-generation college students walk across the stage to get their degrees. And what I know from that experience is that I'm watching a student walk across the stage to pass through a milestone in their life that changes not just their life forever, but changes the trajectory of future generations of their families.
Right.
What I know from my experience of having served as a school board trustee and having served as a trustee for Texas Wesleyan University is that the single greatest socioeconomic elevator ever devised by mankind is education. Mm-hmm. And when we as state leaders stay focused on investing in our young people's future, when we stay focused on making sure that we understand that the way out of this pandemic crisis that we're in for generations of people is going to be through retraining, uptraining, making sure that they are ready for careers in a world that looks different than it looked prior to the pandemic. And that path forward, that path into this new world is going to be through education. And so we need to be sure that we elect strong Democrats who are focused on public education, who are focused on equity and making sure that we educate all of our students, all of the young people in our country, to provide for a better future for our world.
Absolutely right. And Dr. Sorrell, if you could just briefly, quickly, discuss like how debt can be managed in your opinion as a president of a college from the legislative perspective.
I think there's so many issues that people brought up that just very, very quickly touch upon. I mean, number one, you have to make some hard decisions. You have to stop promising everyone everything, okay? And you have to have an honest conversation about the arms race that is now higher education. There is no business interest, or I'm sorry, let me say it's different. There is no educational interest in having lazy rivers and climbing walls, okay? You don't need that. All right, there's no reason to pass along the cost of sustaining large football stadiums to students, right? These are all things that students are being charged for in their student activity fees under the idea that this is what they want. Now, in fairness, part of the reason that they're doing these things is because other schools have them and it attracts students. We need to understand what is important about an education, what is critical about an education. On the topic of books, right, we use open source books. We don't even use textbooks at our college. So whenever people talk about can't be done, it absolutely can be done. We've been doing it now for years. And the one thing that I want to say to Dr. Allen is please, please be very careful about how we look at the free college movement, because the free college movement is going to drive small private institutions like mine and some of the non-regionally or non-state funded schools out of business because we won't be able to compete with that, right? I think the challenge has to be, how do you make sure people are being responsible in terms of what they're charging people to go to school? I think it's horrible. I think it's horrible what people are charging. I just don't know if going all the way in the opposite direction is going to get us exactly what we're looking for.
Thank you, Dr. Sorrell. And we have 5 minutes left, a couple minutes left, and I just want to ask everyone a quick question that I hope you can keep brief. Texas is the biggest battleground state in America. And aside from electing more Texas Democrats, which is something that we all want to do, what is the most important thing that everyday people can do to support the future of education in Texas? And Representative Allen, I'd love to start with you.
The most important thing people can do is vote. I'm sorry we have to go right back to that, but it's important who sits in those seats when decisions are made. It's important to know the number of people sitting in those seats and who has control of the House, who has control of the Senate, who has control of the executive branch of government. The most important thing is that you vote, and that you vote for Democrats who are sincere about education and about education for all children and for every student that comes through that door. That's the most important thing we can do. We just can't get away from it. There's no pretty picture to paint. You must go out and vote.
And I would love to see more civic education back in our public schools.
Yes.
And Senator Powell, same question to you. What is the most important thing we can be doing to support education?
Well, I tell you what, I'm right back to that same thought. When I was elected, when Nathan Johnson and I were elected in 2018, we were elected because our platform was pro-public education, co-education. And it's important to note here that all across my first session in the legislature, I heard leaders at every level as we were talking about House Bill 3 and as we were talking about legislation that was so important for our colleges. I heard our leadership say the words, "We heard the will of the voters." And it is not because more Democrats were elected, and that's certainly a great part of the reason. We flipped 12 seats, I believe, in the House, and we flipped 2 seats in the Senate, which gave us more influence in the legislature. But what our leadership said is we heard what the voters said. And that's the reason why we were finally able to pass a bill like House Bill 3. It's the reason why we made $6.5 billion of investment into classrooms. It's the reason why we had tax reform of another $5.5 billion. And it's the reason why big things happen, because what voters say matters to leadership. Even though we weren't in the majority, we were able to influence the legislation that came out of the last legislative session. And I will say that beyond that, it's important for communities to develop a culture for education. You know, I've seen the community where I live do that consciously over the period of 10 years. We formed coalitions with leaders across our business community, our city leaders, our mayor and the superintendent of schools and the president of the school board got together and we said, we want to educate children. We believe the single most important thing that we can do to make our community better is to make sure that we give every single child who graduates from a school here the path forward to higher education. When we do that as families, when we pour that same passion into our families to teach their children to value education and to move forward in that culture, we will have a different world.
I think some have already said it. Number one, we absolutely have to vote, and we have to be cognizant of what we have to do to ensure that everyone who desires to go through the educational system has the ability to do that. We have to ensure that through that education, we have some type of master plan that ensures that we have equity in public education in a way that students are leaving with the skills that they need in order to get the jobs that are life-sustaining, so that they also can create overall well-being, the well-being for not only our nation, but people. People have a right. And I think, you know, the late Barbara Jordan, great renown, said education is the key. It's the key for us to be able to perform in the way that our nation has to do to continue to build legacies for not just today, but for tomorrow. So we can't get around it. And so we have to make sure that we are a part of it. Whenever we can be a part of it, we should be a part of the educational process.
Absolutely. And President Sorrell, most important thing we can do for education?
The most important thing that we can do for education is not fall in love with yesterday's version of it. All right? We must continue to innovate. We must continue to push ourselves forward. We must continue to appreciate that no problem from this point forward will ever permanently be solved. Therefore, we cannot fall in love with our own solutions that worked for a moment in time. We must consistently and constantly innovate.
I don't think anyone could have said it better.
Yeah.
Representative Allen and Senator Powell and Vice Chair Braley and President Sorrell, thank you so much for joining us today. We can't appreciate it more. Everyone watching, please be sure to support the Texas Democratic Party by texting Texas to 21333. Make sure to get out and vote in November. This one is way too important to sit out, and education is on the line. Thank you, everybody.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world.
Thank you for tuning in to day 3 of the Texas Democratic Convention. What a day. You just heard from the Texas Democratic Party's own Mike Floyd about the future of education in Texas, as well as the Democratic leaders who are building strength in rural Texas. But don't sign off too fast. We still have some great stuff in the pipeline for y'all. First, we have the pleasure of speaking to Sam Robles, the principal at Texas Communications Consulting and Progress Texas alum, as well as Julissa Arce, writer, Crooked Media contributor, and political activist. We're also gearing up to hear from Grace Parra, Paula Mendoza, and Patrice Cullors about the intersection between art and activism. Let's give them all a warm welcome from Texas Democrats. I'll see you after our shows.